trasnere. Jadi
step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Earth's a flat plane, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Sharon said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he chilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Like a Home Depot. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the fight. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling, what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah.
An equator is a straight line. In spherical geometry, that's true. Look up the definition.
No, straight lines do not curve.
In spherical geometry, a straight line is one that will curve. As long as it curves in a straight way. Along the sphere. That's correct.
And we're off. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Throw it on over to Discord, where there's a couple people now in Discord. I was there by myself a few seconds ago. Let's see what they got to say.
Evening.
Evening.
Hello.
Hello. Where's Klein?
It's probably taking another nap.
Yeah,
Turn into a cat.
Yeah.
Another nap. Yeah. He's the napster.
Yeah, she falls asleep and it's supposedly someone else's fault that she doesn't wake up. She's one of those people.
He is, huh? Napster. Remember that back in the day, Napster? Well, that was around 99 or something, 98, 99, somewhere in that vicinity, 2000?
Somewhere around then, yeah. I can't even remember what it was, but I do remember. Something with music, wasn't it?
Music, yep. I can remember downloading a whole ton of music. I know the year because that's right around when we got when I got married and we had our first apartment. And I was sitting there, I can remember with an old clunky computer trying to download music. Got a whole bunch of that music downloaded, and then it all disappeared. That's what that I could vaguely recall it. I don't think it was anything I did. Yeah,
I have a nerdier equivalent because back then you're right. I didn't know. I knew I had the same as Brian. I did a Napster, but I couldn't tell you what it was. But I had loads of ebooks that I had downloaded, and again, the account shut down.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And you lose them all. So
Yeah,
Flamenco's, all of Flamenco's work I had on ebook. Then I had to buy it all again in an actual physical books. There's nothing better.
Yeah.
But yeah, same thing with books.
Well, they are bats.
No, not what, the ebooks?
No, the ones you bought.
They weren't like Witsit standards, so that they made, you know, you could trust them. It's that sort of hardback as a.
I don't think I ever heard him say that. It was just people saying that he said that.
No, he said that.
No.
I heard him say that.
You heard him say it?
Yeah, he said that, and you heard him as well.
Really? Who was
you
he
heard
talking?
the same audio. Yeah, you did. You heard the same audio. We were all laughing. You, me, Adam, Nathan, a lot of us. Yeah, you heard the same audio.
I can't remember it.
It's not urban legend.
It's the urban legend.
Who was he talking to? You remember?
I don't know. I think it was what? It was another ether going. Who was a baller? You knew him. I think he had some Christian connection or something to some church. I could be wrong about that. He talked to a few different people. But was it someone you knew?
Gleam?
No. This is somebody like outside of the community. Someone he just had on his show as he went on to the guy's show. They had some kind of a dual stream thing.
Huh. Weird. Wonder where Gleam's been. I've seen him pop up every now and again over on Anytime New Perspective. Not Anytime New Perspective has a video, but I've seen him a few times in the chat while other people were talking. Remember that glue sniffer from back in the day, Adam? You were kind of partial to Gleam.
I was about to say I like it. Yeah, respect, bro. If you're still out there, shout out, Gleam. Yeah, I always found him I didn't necessarily agree with every viewpoint he had, but I always found him a considered researcher that even if he was, I'd like to say at a point I disagree with, he was able to back it up, his opinion. He'd give you something even if you disagreed with it, and of which you often did.
I didn't mind Gleam. I always thought Gleam was a nice fella.
He was the first Ether guy. It was him. And why can't I remember his name?
I do remember him, always.
He was out here. I can't believe I can't remember this doofus's name. He was everywhere. Not Hummingbird. What I get Hummingbird. What was his name? It was something Bird.
Oh, I know what you're on about.
That's what I did.
The name escapes me now. Yeah, he was on Discord all the time.
Yeah. He had that irritating voice. He was there back in the day, too. He was around right in the Wild Wild West. He wasn't pontificating ethers back then, though. You know who we're talking about, Adam?
No. See,
Yeah.
the ether side of Gleam's stuff, well, of course I'm not going to agree with that. Like I said, I didn't agree. But I remember Gleam doing some of the best research and pulling lots of photography research or study into terms of what we used to take the mick out. You can't take an elevation angle from a photograph. So actually giving supported evidence where people are taking pictures of doors, etc. All these sorts of images outside, different lenses, and showing how the supposed elevation angle that you can derive from a picture is just bunkum. Real good quality stuff that back in the Isle of Man days and the Blackpool Swan days that was really relevant. I thought when we were just laughing at Roofy saying you can take an elevation angle from this picture from somewhere in the middle of a marsh in Lancashire. You know, that was laughable, but he's produced evidence that's actually cited from, you know, photographers saying, no, be careful with the lens, be careful with this, the way the barrel works. All of these are going to affect placement in the image, meaning fundamentally challenging Roofy's claim that the two were comparable in some way.
I can remember. Humming. What's that? Go ahead.
Hummingbird. There you go. Gave you time.
Say it again. Shut up, Adam.
Lemon bird.
Lemon bird. That's what it was.
Oh,
Where is he, man?
No, he was another bullshitter. He was just another total bullshitter, wasn't he?
He had a few names, but Lemon Bird, I think, was the original one. He changed it a few times to a couple variations of it. But you're saying he was just a bullshitter?
Yeah. To the level, and maybe it's defending Witsit, maybe it's probably not, to the level that Witsit thought he could pull out a line to prove that he was intellectually superior by pointing out that he reads hardback books, just to bring it back on track.
Lemon Bird used to have that condescending, like, monotone, and he'd drain off to the end. But he was out here, like I said, he was out here long before Witsit. I remember him probably right from the beginning. I think I ran into him in one of the Wild Wild West hangouts a few times.
I do remember him from a good few years back.
Yeah.
I do think I remember him from prior to Witsit, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I do remember him.
Yeah.
I do remember, sorry, what?
Way before Witsit. He was out here, so Lemon Bird was out here in 2016. Definitely. Most definitely.
I'd say there's a good chance of it, right? Because I do remember Lemon Bird bringing up the ether to me before Witsit turned up.
Oh, yeah.
Gleam definitely did bring up the ether to me.
Gleam was the ether pusher. He used the Casimir effect. It was a little weak. He kept on harping on the Casimir effect, something he didn't understand. And that was the foundation of his glue sniffing beliefs. He also held us to task one time. I'm gonna have to search that out. He held us to task one time on the Black Swan because we used man-made equipment.
Yeah. Well, no, because to be perfectly fair, to be proper natural science, you need an organic telescope, don't you?
I'm going to find it. I got it. I just don't know where it is. I clipped it way back in the day. Give me one moment. Smoke them if you got them. All right. Where would I have put that?
You saved that?
Yeah, I did. I just don't know where. Is it in Globebusters? Yeah. Oh, I got Lemon. Also, he's talking to Numpty Bobbity. I'd have to play that one. Yeah, here it is. I got it. Gleam. You ready?
No, I agree with that sentiment straight away. I mean, I don't understand how you can ever measure anything anyway if you're not measuring it with a tool that you've designed. I mean,
exactly.
Put it this way. If I were to go all guns blazing, put my globe hat on, I could easily turn around to all of them and say, "Oh, you used the camera for that Black Swan."
What a goober! You're a goof. That's why the title of this audio is Goober Gleam right there.
Yeah, but listen to the caveat he gave it. He doesn't attribute it to himself. He gives it. If I put my Glober hat on, I could say this.
Yeah. If he went all guns ablaze, just relax. The context was, can't remember who he was talking to, but it was against FED, right? And us in general, not just me, just because of the Black Swan. It was just us in general. He's getting confused between the Black Swan and natural science. and he thinks just because we use like a camera and stuff for the Black Swan that debunks the Black Swan because it's not science. That's what it's in his head. You follow Adam? Yeah. No.
Well, that is the straw man argument. But that's also what I'm saying when he says he put his Glober head on. I could do that, but use that bullshit argument. Well, it's not natural, is it? A camera. Neither's a ruler, technically, is it? I mean,
yeah, but
I mean, you're not getting him out of this. If he wanted to go. No, if he wanted to go all guns a-blazing, man, he could go all guns a-blazing, and then it would backfire right in his face. He's such a doofus, man.
I wasn't defending him there. I was pointing out the inconsistency of his argument. He's saying that camera's not natural. Is a ruler natural? No. It's not, is it? That's not the premise of science. And more fundamentally, you're just talking about measurement or observation with these things. The use of equipment isn't exclusory within natural science.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, the use of equipment, it's an important point to make, because it's one of those things that happened back in the day. It's one of the piles of bullshit that was put at us, which is what we're hearing there. Oh, well, that's not very natural, is it? Yeah. An argon telescope, or even with regards to the double slit experiment, a photon emitter. Well, that's not very natural. Well, actually, it is if you understand these things.
Oh goodness!
The emission of photons is part of the natural world. To the argument that was put to us back then was the simple use of equipment was against natural science. Part of the bullshit of arguments that took up our time for no real reason. Not because people didn't understand, but because they were doing it for shithousery, to bring it back to that word, yeah? For distraction, to be an emotional succubus, yeah? An intellectual vampire. It wasn't to add to the argument, it was to make sure you didn't actually progress. People like Lemon and many others, Rumpus. They weren't there to help.
Witsit made the same mistake a few times. He made the same mistake with Brian, where he confused natural science, the dependent variable having to be natural, and then just concluded that if anything that was man-made in any part of the experiment, that debunked the experiment, which is so high-level stupid. Because no experiment has ever been done without any man-made equipment. There wouldn't be an experiment if you did.
Yeah, it's a naturally observed phenomenon, which is the effect, and the cause have to be natural.
Nope. The dependent variable must be natural.
Yeah, but the cause has to be natural as well.
No, you can. No, it does not.
Okay, then how can you determine the cause?
No, it does not. By manipulating it? Just like.
Yeah, but the cause has to have a natural.
Oh my God, Brian.
It's something you made up yourself.
Oh my God, dude. Really?
Yeah, if it's how are you going to...
How am I going to... I'll tell you what, dude. We'll have a block of instruction after this video, for God's sake.
No, what do you think I'm saying? I don't know what
you're saying that the independent variable has to also be natural. That is, my photon emitter has to be from nature, dude. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. No, it's not. What I'm saying is the outcome, the cause of the effect must be found in nature. Not that you have to have something made of wood and leaves or something. God almighty, man. Do you really think I'm that stupid?
Yeah, but the independent, what you said, your statement was incorrect. So.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
Both things need to be natural. They need to be occurring in nature. Otherwise, it's not an experiment.
Oh, my God.
Well, okay, then. To find out what is the cause of water boiling, right, in nature, then the cause has to also be natural.
Hey, Adam, you better step in for him.
Well, no, there's no need to step in for me. What I'm saying is true. Right? If I'm going to determine the cause of water boiling is heat,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Right? Then heat must be available in nature. Can't be just some.
Yeah,
can't be some life made up with some man-made device that nobody ever saw.
That's silly. But you have to create heat in an experiment through man-made device.
Yeah, that's fine. Who cares about that?
Well, the differential here is, can I use a Bunsen burner and a Pyrex jar, or do I have to use wood and a coconut, hollowed out coconut to boil it in?
God.
I never mentioned that about the apparatuses used. I purely said that so if I somehow get water to boil or to look like it's boiling via some other means, and then I think I've discovered the thing, and the means is some bullshit that I've generated from some bullshit apparatus that has no connection to anything happening in the natural world, then my cause is not. I'm not after finding out what the actual natural cause is.
All right, fair enough.
I can only do one comical summary. I can't do two.
Yeah, we're not doing two. He's going to keep on saying it over and over again. All right, this is unedited. I don't know what this is. I just have it saved. I haven't gone over this. I can't even remember what it's about. So cut me some slack, but I have lemon and numpty bobbity. Whatever that, I don't know what that means.
Oh, well, bobbity. We know what bobbity is. Bob's gravity. Bobbity.
Was it?
Yeah, you know that. Yeah, that's what bobbity is, isn't it? See, I like these trips down memory lane. Bobbity.
Okay.
I think that's an Anthony Rileyism, isn't it? Bobbity.
It might be. I'm going to go ahead and play it. There it is right here. If it gets to because some of these audios I was going to work on and then just blew them off and never got back to them. So let's check where this goes. So this is Lemon Bird and who else I don't know. Here we go.
Those people are very dogmatic, and they don't let new science like what Bob appears to be doing take place with the ether, electromagnetics, or anything. They're very dogmatic, very rigid.
My God, pause. I mean, if that's not a fire starter of a sentence, that kind of new science with ether that Bob's doing. So we were right then, Bobby. It'll be a downward acceleration, a little push, as Bob.
Yeah, this is from back in the day, man. This is cool. You want me to continue?
Yeah, I said that.
So he's dogging us out. Take the FED, again, FED collectively, because of our dogmatism. And, yeah.
We're Philistines. Yeah, we're not prepared to admit a little push so that this is the point back then, isn't it? This is what's being discussed. It's not a force like gravity. It's an electrodynamic direction to allow the known density and buoyancy to play out in. So it's a causation or a directional determinant of density and buoyancy to play out in. And that determinant is the electropotential between the Earth and the sky. And that current flow is the thing that sets up. This is why if you drop your mobile phone, it doesn't shoot up into the sky. It's not because, forget the I picked it up and dropped it bit. The reason it's not going up to the sky is because of the electropotential caused by the Earth and the sky and ether rotation. And this is why we say, okay, that's brilliant, prove it. And then we're the ones that are accused of being Philistines, like I said, and not accepting this new form of science of Bobby.
Yeah.
Is that about right? From my, I don't know. Like, what's the date on this? Because
I can't do it. I don't. Hold on a second. Properties. When was this made? 2021.
Yeah. So that's 4 or 5 years ago. Brian, would you disagree with that summary of?
No, that summary is correct. It's that like there was a lot of claims, and then we went, okay, prove this, and then attack. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Once they're asked to do it.
Because we're dogmatic. Well, let's let them go. Let's see where this goes. It's kind of long. Hold on.
Those people are very dogmatic, and they don't let new science.
Those people are dogmatic. They don't let new science. He's talking about us.
Like what, Bob appears to be doing take place with the ether, electromagnetics, or anything. They're very dogmatic, very rigid, and they just shout you down if you think differently than them in some ways, I'd hate to say. So maybe it's time that we went in a new direction so that this doesn't stagnate, Bob, you're saying?
Yeah, you went in a new direction. You got Bob, you got Earth Awakenings, the Land of Misfit Toys 1.0, and now the Land of Misfit Toys 2.0. So it's been successful.
Again,
the fuck are you guys talking about?
That is exactly why my problem with the entire Nathan Oakley crew is.
There it is, the Nathan Oakley crew. I knew it.
To sit there and call people down and then ask how your balls taste is really, is this really how we want to present?
Do you like that?
Yeah. That's a red herring of the century, isn't it?
Yeah, right on topic. Way to stick to the topic. Just go. And so that stuff was happening back in 2021. So this is it. All right, let's hear this.
And ourselves to the public. Is that really what we want them to see? Is when we have a disagreement with other people, do you think that what we want them to see then is other flat earthers who have a different viewpoint go around and spread rumors that, Bob, he supports child rape because he doesn't support gravity, or he thinks gravity is
God, pause.
Yeah, my God, it's so weak from Bob. Different viewpoint.
What the hell? Hold on. Hold on. What the hell is he talking about?
Oh God, I know this, but do you really want us to explain this one?
No, just let him go. Forget it.
No, it's got to come out now, hasn't it? Because that's not fair on the listener, and you're doing a broadcast. So,
hold on a second. I caveated. So hold on. I caveated this by saying I don't know what's on here. So I'm excused.
I know. This is more fun than fucking PhD retard. I'm remembering things. How we were all manipulated. So let me just give this little brief. The reason that PO Epstein statement is put there is Bob foolishly decided to outline his reincarnation theory of stuff, and therefore ultimately through a Buddhist philosophy accept that like victims come back knowing they need to be victims for reincarnation purposes. Got him all sorts of shit, which if you then apply that to sexual abuse victims, ultimately they chose to be sexually abused in the next life.
What the hell are you talking about?
That's the paradigm Bob got himself into when he started philosophizing. Now, back then, right, he was just being an honest, to me, this is pre a lot of this stuff, but it was used against him by ballers to call him that apologist, yeah, because of his kind of like a bit more Buddhist-y kind of philosophical reincarnation-y worldview. And that was used against him, which is what you're hearing there. This is really old school. Yeah, the crap we had to put up with. It's quite interesting.
I don't remember. I don't remember the background with this. That I have to tell you. All right, let's see where this goes.
This is the kind of shit.
That is completely wrong, Bob.
It is disgusting.
If I heard that on Nathan's channel, I'd never watch it again. Ever. I never heard that on Nathan's channel.
It's been said a million times.
It's
In fact,
disgusting.
I've got it recorded. I have
On Nathan's channel?
Just pause for a sec, John. See, this is the level of distraction. Whether it's Bob's reincarnation consequential statements or whether it's outrage at Nathan suggesting he's going to teabag somebody. This again back then is these guys instead of dealing with what's on the table, whether or not Bob's new science is actually freaking science, it's distraction after distraction. Like I say, intellectual succubus. Do not discuss the topic at hand. Anything but. Is teabagging appropriate? Is reincarnation and therefore consequential effects in your next life? Has that got anything to do with flat Earth? No. But it's the kind of shite that was put in, like I say, to distract from the topics that flat Earth debate were bringing to the fore and drilling down and drilling down. Maybe sometimes inappropriate victory dances were done. Teabagging.
Do you mean we took some liberty with our guests?
I think what I'm saying there is look at the level of distraction that's going off. Instead of what we were bringing up, ballbusters, Nathan stuff, we're dealing with science. We're telling people what science is. Instead of after the statement of a new science, whatever that means, yeah, we then just go off on a tangent to deal with gossip and shite like soap opera shit, not what ballbusters was doing, what flat Earth debate was doing back then. Which is back then you'd say we're arguing with Bob and falling out with Bob, causing division over what science is.
Yeah,
that's when Nathan. So this is what 4 or 5 years ago, isn't it? 4.5 years ago. So this is pre-COVID, isn't it? So this is just after the major fallout where Bob's disavowed Nathan, but not kicked me out yet, I think, in terms of that.
Did you hear some voices, that familiar voices? I heard Brains a leaking in there. He was defending Nathan, it sounded like. Bob is full throttle. There was another one, the girl's voice. What's her name? Oh.
Give it a day. Let's get back on track. I'm over romanticizing.
Shut up.
I'm enjoying it.
Shut up.
Oh,
shut up. Paige.
Meaning.
Paige. Yeah, that was Paige. Hold on. Let me go back.
Support gravity, or he thinks gravity exists. So this is the kind of shit.
That is completely wrong, Bob.
Is that?
Oh yeah.
No, is that Paige or is that? No, that's what's her name with Oh my God.
No, that's Paige. That's Paige.
You sure?
That's Paige. Yeah, that's Paige.
No, that's. That's what's her name with
Are you talking about the one who ended up with Toadie? She was from New Zealand, not Australia. Paige is Australian.
Yeah, no, it was with Bevtard.
That's Paige.
No, she was the one that came down with Ranty. You know when Ranty skanked Roxanne? Isn't Paige the one?
Paige ended up being over on Bev's. Paige ended up being over, hanging around. Ended up being over on Slit.
That's not Paige. That's what's her name. That's Bevtard's. What's her name?
No, that's not M-A-U-K.
What is her name?
M-A-U-K you're talking.
M-A-U-K. Let me go back.
No, that's Paige. That's Paige. She's Australian. I guarantee you that's Paige.
No.
Yeah. Right. Paige is not M-A-U. M-A-U-K is...
I know she's not Paige. I know Paige is not M-A-U-K. I'm saying that that's M-A-U-K.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Now, where'd it go? I can't find it. Hold on a second. Let me go back. Let me hear that one more time.
Different viewpoint, go around and spread rumors that, Bob, he supports child rape because he doesn't support gravity, or he thinks gravity exists. So this is the kind of shit.
Yeah, that is completely wrong, Bob.
It is
that shouldn't happen.
disgusting.
If I heard that
I can't. I don't know.
You saved it. Press play and just keep going. Well, she'll come back. I think she's one of the girls that was like really good voice, and then there were many divisions that make people take sides, and I'm sure it was in the Ranty arguments with Roxanne and the crowdfunding.
All right, that's off topic. We're trying to figure out who that is, so let's continue.
Nathan's channel, I'd never watch it again, ever. I never heard that on Nathan's channel.
It's been said a million times.
It's
in
disgusting.
fact, I've got it recorded. I have
on Nathan's channel. On Nathan's channel, that you support rape, dude? Really?
Yeah,
no, dude.
I have it recorded from Alwyn, and then it's the fact it's the day that he banned me, and I'm like, and this is after we supposedly had made up, and Nathan is sitting there going, "Oh, Alwyn, don't do that. Could you please stop doing that?" And then Alwyn, and then he follows it up the next day, and he starts crying. He goes, "I can't believe I saw this footage, and Bob supports child rape," and you know how Alwyn is. He cries, right? I've got this shit recorded. The guy is fucking patently insane.
Yeah, this is Bob says, I don't care if Bob is dead and he's not to me. Bob is a lawyer, and he was a lawyer then, and if he was alive there, he'd still be a lawyer. He was a lawyer his whole life, and I don't give a damn about whose feelings gets hurt by that. The truth is the truth. Bob said he had it recorded off of Nathan's. Right? Off of Nathan's, he was asked. Yeah, I had it recorded off of Nathan's. Yeah, then it was like, no, it wasn't actually Nathan at all at the time. And now, Nathan's my enemy, so I have no reason to defend him. You know what I mean? But the truth is the truth, you know. That wasn't happening on Nathan's, and Bob is a lawyer, and was a lawyer.
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, so this is what gets me kicked out of Iron Realm, isn't it? So this argument, it's attributed to Nathan's there, as Brian said, falsely. But what you've got here is, at this point, you see, Alwyn's very popular with Karen B and stuff, and they're all. Alwyn's got his head in the sky, thinking he's omnipotent, and he's attacking Bob at this point because we're all attacking Bob. Like I say, based on science, and this ether nonsense is not scientific, and there's a big row. And Alwyn with his show does point out stupid consequences, which is where this is at. What happens after that is an absolute insult to Bob's memory that he makes himself, which is the way he degrades himself and attacks Alwyn, telling him he's a worthless piece of shit. He isn't worth living. He should kill himself, and lots of other horrible things that are all on there. And these are problems that I'm having in this community we're in, because I'm over here in the UK. Iron Realm's now got Cammy, Bob's wife, in Zach, who's like living with Bob and Cammy, and all these things are. And you know me, I struggle with things that aren't right. So even though Alwyn's a twat, which we all know, what Bob's saying is problematic for me to be associated with. So that's that era. This is good fun. This is a good trip down memory lane. Funny.
Well, just in the interest of balance, what Bob said to Alwyn was not in support of child rape. That wasn't in support of child rape. Bob said something stupid, not thinking about what Bob thought he was. The problem with Bob is Bob always thought he was someone with wisdom and blurted out a lot of rubbish. And then when he was caught out in his rubbish, he just attacks. That's all he ever did. Right? And that's what he did then. He went on the attack on Alwyn instead of clearing up what he's saying. Do you know what I mean? If he just had gone, well, actually, what I said was this, and maybe I was wrong. Do you know what I mean? So he didn't support what Alwyn was saying he was supporting. So that was Alwyn, it was Alwyn that kind of made it into more than it should have been as well. So took two to tango there, but Bob then made all the attack.
So we're completely off topic, right? Is that
completely off topic? We're nowhere near what we started at. Yeah.
But why? Why are we off topic? Because somebody who's provided really good sound stuff up until this day, we've got a disconnect on what scientific method is. I've got no problem. But then people step outside the boundaries, giving fucking theological advice, saying that I believe in this, I believe in reincarnation. And then there are lots of other people that have investigated reincarnation before you've suddenly decided and point out the theological consequences of such an ideology. And then that's where the critique is. So if you believe in this, well, then you must believe in this. Yeah? That's where the argument's descended to, which is, like I say, got nothing to do with flat Earth.
Yeah.
But it's, at this point in time, the whole community is exceptionally bitchy and becoming fractioned. Yeah, and groups are forming. And this is exactly what is happening, not just to me, but to the whole of that community that built up until this point, yeah, that have been at the Amsterdam conference. All this shit falls apart. And
Jesus.
Thank God it did. Now I'm nearly done. Thank God it did, because the catalyst is, unfortunately, you shithouse. Yeah, you brought it to me. You brought it to Nathan. I'm at Iron Realm. I'm steadfast in knowing this. Oh shit, this is something we can use. Actually, not to prove things. This is the same happening with why Bob falls out, loses his mind live on air. Yeah, goes a little off rails, completely emotional. And it all kicks off from there. And this is the fallout. But fundamentally, why? And this segment starts with it, because we're not going to accept, having used and refound the scientific method and applied it to the claims of the ballers, we're not going to then disavow it for a new science to support ether. This is what's kicking off. Yeah, bullshit with nonsense explanation. Instead of spinning space pair, it's spinning ether you can't measure.
It's because of you. It's because of you, you shit house. That was
QE, what you're saying, Adam, is QE poisoned their minds with knowledge. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Yeah. That
like for many of us, whether it's Nathan with Bob, me realizing I had John on, didn't I, on Iron Realm? And why? Because it was powerful, because people need to hear this. This is a useful tool. And then we used it, we destroyed the ball, and we started to move forwards. And instead of moving forwards with the same standards, certain idiots, which the rest of that community that destroyed a ball, started to go, let me just drop my standards to prove a medium that you can't actually experience to explain stuff that is here. So I can now pretend I've got a great just so story for you, just like the ballers did. And there was an injection in the community. That's what you're hearing back then.
And then
it's a rejection of
and then there was a force multiplier when the Black Swan came out. So this
came out 2020.
Yeah, when the Blacks, yeah. Well, when Nathan compromised him on his show, when was that? 2018, and then it bubbled and bubbled and bubbled, and then listen, I can't remember all of it. I did want to mention, what was I going to mention? Oh, this reincarnation stuff. I don't know what you're talking about with that. Adam.
Oh, it's just some stuff Bob was going on about. He didn't understand. And he thought he knew what he was talking about, and he just made a twat about himself. He made a twat of himself. Simple as. Made a fool of himself. Arwen picked up on something we said, and basically gave him back the implications of it. And Bob lost it, and just started attacking Arwen. That was basically it.
So Adam got the inside scoop on all this stuff, and he remembers it. When you said reincarnation, I'm like, what the hell are you even talking about? But, okay. You shit.
Yeah.
You shit house.
Yeah.
That was right on. Hey, that was right on time, by the way. I just want to let you know. I almost choked. Good thing I wasn't drinking anything.
It wasn't meant as an insult, but it was.
I know.
Listen, look at the catalyst of the breakup. Yeah, that's the function. or the common denominator in all of that is that actually we've destroyed a ball with these standards. Now let's move forwards and drop them, because I'd really like to invoke ether, and that's where we all part our ways. Yeah, it's where it continued with Witsit, you know, and.
Okay, let's see what we still got a little bit to go on here.
That is fucked up. I want to hear that, but that is fucked up. If
brains are leaking, you know what's fucked up? Your brains are leaking. That's what's fucked up.
That went out on air. That is fucked up. Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
He took it to who's that one dude? Just like the worst troll ever, Tony. He's like the religious dude. Always, fuck, I don't remember his name.
Tony T.
What is it?
Tony T, I want to say.
Is it Sleeping Warrior?
No, not Sleeping Warrior. No. Well, no, but Sleeping Warrior is just as bad, because you know what? Here's what he does. We've had discussion. We stopped this discussion 2 years ago. Why? Because he could not convince me that, you know, of his viewpoint. So then what he did is he started Skyping.
Sleeping Warrior. Okay, he's just as bad. Let me talk about him.
Yeah, because.
Well, who was the Tony guy? Did we have a religious Tony? Anyone?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, the one thing Sleeping Warrior wouldn't be described as is religious, is he? That's like completely not Tony. So why just jump on that? Well, I tell you why you jump on that, because you haven't got a fucking point to make. Yeah. You haven't. So Sleeping Warrior, let me talk about him. This has got nothing to do with the previous conversation.
Well, let's get to it. Let's get the scoop on Anthony. Is he out there in chat? Let me check.
I haven't got, is he? Because he was here last week, wasn't he?
Yeah. No. He was. No, I don't see him out there. Nope. Too bad. Okay, where am I at here? Not there, that's for sure. All right, where'd you go? Got to pull everything back up again. All right, let's get the scoop on Tony, old rascal.
And going to Cammy, my wife, right? And he kept talking to her, and she's like, well, no, I don't really agree with that either. And then when he got frustrated with her, he told her to fuck off. And then he blocked both of us on Skype. And then he blocked me on YouTube. And then he went on and he made all these videos about me, challenging me when he knew full well I couldn't respond to him because I was blocked. And then saying that I was an agent, right? A government in place agent. Right? All because, guys, I have a different viewpoint.
Riley.
Well, there is a lot of gatekeeping. They don't want people to discover the ether. They don't want flat Earth to go in any sort of new direction.
Before we get on to why, that's not why Tony wouldn't do that to stop people discovering ether, a thing that's not been discovered yet, just incidentally. But when he heard that, Tony did this, then he blocked me, then he told me to fuck off, then he did a video, and I couldn't report. I just was thinking, that's just so Tony. That's so Sleeping Warrior.
It is.
Exactly how he behaves. Yeah. Fair play. Yeah. And I bet it drove you fucking mad. But he got his point across, and he yeah, well done, Tony. That's exactly how Tony behaved when he could be asked with this community.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. He'd batter you. Yeah. Oh, it would be so frustrating. He did it to Betty.
Yes, he did.
Even if he's where he lost an argument, he'd even do it. Yeah, he'd just fuck it off.
Yeah.
He'd done it with Nathan. Yeah, when Nathan did it to him, he fucked Nathan off.
Yeah.
See, because Tony's an independent man.
Yeah, he's an independent thinker.
But no, because this is important. Because back then we'd argue with Tony. Yeah. Listen to what they're saying. He's out there kicking the shit out of what we've said to him. He'd still come back and argue anything that he thought he had any nuance on. Even if he was completely had his head up his arse, he'd still do it until he had to admit it. And then sometimes still fall out with us, block us, not speak to us for a few weeks, then come back.
Yeah.
That was just Tony. That was.
Yeah, that's just Tony. Yeah. Well, we only got a few seconds on this. Let's finish it up.
They don't want it to go toward Christ. They don't want it to go even toward a creator. A lot of Masonic infiltration, a lot of government chills. So it is what it is. Just no drama.
And Lemon Bird, he'd just go on these long monologues, right, with his fucking gain on his mic all the way up. Bob's trying to get a word in edgewise. It ain't happening with Lemon Bird. Hilarious.
Just make discoveries, stay focused.
That's not true, Lemon. That's not true.
That's not true. Somebody in the back. Okay, that's all for that one. Let's try Mark Doxy.
Just before you go there, what Lemon Bird said there is attacking Christian. That was another thing. See, back then, and probably a few years before, actually, you got the globalist theory side and Iron Realmy bit, where there's this viewpoint of flat Earth. Who's going to fuck it up? Now, before I carry on, QE, from the first time we met, who's going to fuck this up, in your opinion, that you constantly repeated?
Pretender clown flat earthers.
Yeah. So that wasn't always the case over on that side. There was a fear that Christians would fuck this up.
Really?
Yeah, with their over. Oh, yeah, totally. So in that, now, whilst the Bible was good, remember, is the Bible a flat earth book? Yeah, and I did both viewpoints. You and, was it you and Paula, and then Travis first?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So, the reason that was there was because that was a prevalent thing. We know there's so much more, and there's particularly from the Americans. Let's not the fucking Bible Belt Christians fuck this up by over scripturalizing it. If you see what I mean? As evidence.
You had an inside view on the globe dumpster side of it at that time. So that's kind of new to. It's not. I don't want to say new. It is kind of new to me that was the underlying theme that they were concerned with. Weird.
Yeah, there's a lot of Christians in America, and there's a lot of people that still believe in God but don't believe in Christianity in any form, but are still spiritual. And there's a bloke saying, when you don't know what to believe in, you'll believe in anything. Yeah. And this is kind of where Bob was at, yeah? So you get to these points, and he reads something on reincarnation, and he's off. And espousing it to people, and this is what Brian said, just dropped him in the shit. He's just talking out his arse, because he's fine to admit, I don't believe in Christianity, but then don't tell me what you think it might possibly be, especially when you're such a prominent person, and that's what going to happen there.
Okay, all right, not
you get me, but there was always, when you said that to me, it's flat earthers, pretender clown flat earthers that are going to fuck this up. That was such a seed change, because like I'm dealing, like when we're chatting with Betty, you know, we're meeting people from across the plane that we've never had the opportunity to meet before, or have those actual long-winded discussions, not even on air, even more long-winded off air.
Right.
And all these mindsets appear. So I'm listening to these guys. They're flat earthers, and they're fearful of this. This is not. It's not propaganda. It's just how it was. These are things that are coming out.
Yeah, because you had tell the people, shut up. Tell the people you had a unique view on that side of the community because Bob had infiltrated Iron Realm. So you guys used to hang out and stuff for a while, right?
Yeah, for a good year and a half or so.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's the people need to know that you have unique insight. Yeah, because they had private conversations where I wasn't privy to. I didn't know any of this. Weird.
Yeah,
I would.
Shut up, Brian. Go ahead, Adam.
We were a community, weren't we? And we're trying to build something. So we had lots of chats. There's a reason that me and the guys voted Cammy to come in. Yeah? Because we wanted a female voice. And what a great female voice at that point was to have that female perspective. Because we're trying to get a message out. It's not just, it was people just like chatting, but also you're trying to disseminate something of worth for people to listen to build on. Yep. Share with others, you know what I mean? And there weren't many female voices. So from the point that Cammy came in, a lot of the pre-shows, Bob would be there.
Yeah,
and that's not a problem. Now it was a fear, even when they invited Cammy in, because remember when FE Core was about?
Yeah, that train wreck.
Right. So when I say
that you were a part of, that you were a part of, by the way, you and Tony.
I never affiliated. I said to them, I'm not paying any money, but if you want to make me a member for my input, you can. So I was then put in the chat rooms where all the discussions, and I met a lot of great guys, a lot from Eastern Europe, real top guys that aren't about anymore. They disappeared very soon. But there was a lot of bollocks, and there was a lot of beef in that. I walked out. And I said to Mike, this is bollocks, mate. You can't treat Tony like this just because he destroys Bob's argument, and then kick him out. If you're going to behave like this, I'll fuck off, which is eventually what I did.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? In FE Club, because, like I said, lots of good people, but there was a controlling mechanism of which Bob was there. Standards were for thee, not me.
Yes.
If you see what I mean.
Yeah.
That was the critique.
Yeah, I think I remember a little bit about that. All right, go ahead, Brian. You could stop shutting up.
Yeah. I had a big problem with Christians. I had nothing to do with any of that. I was just independently had a big problem, because the way I saw it is Christians were using the topic to support their position against atheists, whatever the hell they are, right?
Yep.
And against what they saw as science, right? So they, as far as I was concerned, they weren't the real deal. Most of the Christians weren't the real deal because they were just using the topic. They didn't care about the topic, just about supporting their position against someone else. There's like a Republican.
We get it. We get it. We get it. We don't need an analogy.
I'm going to speak. You're going to get an analogy.
You better hurry up.
Like a Republican or a Democrat, right? Latching onto something only because it helps their side, nothing to do with the thing they're latching onto.
Shut up.
Now, there's your analogy. And you did need it.
All right, we're going to move on. Does everyone remember Mark Doxy? Adam?
Oh, my God. That's Isle of Man days, isn't it?
Let's hear. I don't know what's on here. So, again, I'm not responsible for this. He was like a satellite group to Bobbity. So I don't know what this is going to say, so I'm excused from this.
And then he climbed up to the ladder, to the steps, and he's about 35 foot. So I'll scroll down. Go ahead, Mark.
Gentlemen, I just want the company tonight. In no way do I support Nathan Oakley or Sleeping Warrior. I think they're both stupid dicks.
That's that. Okay. Right now, I think I'm right. He's got to be Isle of Man, hasn't it? Nathan Oakley and Sleeping Warrior, stupid dicks. Where Mark Doxy, unless it's see, because we did lots of observations, and I remember Doxy, like some of the peak height observations to bridges in Scotland and stuff. Isn't he the guy that? Oh, no, that's
not
Liar.
Him. No, that's not him.
the Liar, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I got another one from Mark Doxy. That was a short one. Let's try this one.
You're quite right. Yeah, it's just a religion.
Okay, shut up. I can't hear you, Doxy, because your mic was always low. So now I got to go in here. Hold on. You guys could probably hear it good. I can't.
Right, pause. It's Miles the Liar, isn't it?
Yeah, Miles the Liar Davis. Yeah. This guy is...
Thank you.
Thank you. This guy is an alleged flat earther, Mark Doxy. So let's go back. Here we go.
You're quite right. Yeah, it's just a religious mantra. The same question has been going on for about 2 years. And a couple of other things, if you don't mind me saying.
Right, pause. Yeah. Mark Doxy from Northern Ireland. You can hear it in the accent, can't you, Brian?
Can you hear it, Brian? He's one of your own.
He's not one of it. That accent is exactly what is not anything to do with Brian.
All right, fair enough. Let's get to what he's gonna say.
He doesn't have. He doesn't have an Irish or Northern Ireland accent.
I'm sure Mark Doxy is from Northern Ireland. Listen to it.
He doesn't sound like that to me. I would not have put him down as being from Northern Ireland.
I'd say so British Northern Irish is what I'd say with that accent.
All right, let's go back. I'll start it over again. Here we go.
You're quite right. Yeah, it's just a religious mantra. The same question has been going on for about 2 years. And a couple of other things, if you don't mind me saying. They're very quick to shout out logical fallacies.
Ooh, I think he's talking about us again. Why else would I recorded this? Yeah, they shout out logical fallacies. I already paused it. I'm talking.
Yeah, I've got a delay in my own head there. I realised that as it came out of my mouth, so I can only apologise. So that was like, oh, spastic Tourette's. Sorry.
You got a handbook. You have a spastic handbook.
Did you talking about Tourette's? Just to pause again, Brian, have you seen the BAFTAs, which is the British equivalent of the Oscars? Just so
oh my God, no!
No, I haven't.
No,
oh, it's fucking brilliant.
Yeah,
so they've got this.
Oh my!
No, you've got to have this story. It's so fun because talking about spastic Tourette's and leftards don't know what to do, whether to. Yeah, which minority group you should select, right? So at the BAFTAs, prior to a couple of black guys receiving an award, there was a Scottish guy who's battled all his life and has made an award-winning film about his fight with Tourette's, right? So he gets his award. Later on, there's two black guys getting their award, and his Tourette's kicks in. You can imagine the N-word he uses a number of times, and to the shock of the crowd, he's a racist, the guy with Tourette's. It's the liberal left don't know what to do. But anyway.
Thanks for that. That was so hilarious. I can hardly stop. You red herring fallacy away from this one more time. I'm going to do something.
Just enjoying myself. I'll just shut up and listen to retards without any interruption.
You don't even know that you can't even remember Mark Doxy. Just relax.
I'm trying. That is, right. Is that where is he from then? Right.
Well, I would have thought he was more from Scotland, Adam. But what I remember about him is he's one of these flat earthers who somehow in their minds thought that the ballers were his friends. And he disavowed Nathan's show and all us and all the rest of it. And then he realised that these people were his enemies all along. And he disappeared. That's why he's not around anymore, I would say, or that's why he started not being around, whatever external reasons that may be.
No, he was gone.
Did anybody here have direct conversation with Mark Doxy?
Yes.
I did.
I did on Discord.
Yeah.
They're very quick to shout out logical fallacies, but every single question that they ask at the beginning, the housekeeping questions, are all an appeal to the negative.
An appeal to the negative? What?
That's why I wanted to pause. Chaff and distract is pointing out somebody's logical fallacy in their argument a bad thing to do. Whether that appeals to the negative or not, if somebody presents you an argument which is a logical fallacy, should you, pointing out, whether it be positive or negative, whatever that means when you point out a logical fallacy, or should you not, because it's just a bit mean?
he just made that shit up. Appeal to the negative. That's a numpty dipshit pulling stuff out of your ass. That's not a fallacy, and neither are the friggin' housekeeping questions. You numpty dipshit, Mark, if you're still listening.
Is there any evidence of gravity?
You're on mute if you're talking.
Yeah, I was on mute. Son of a bitch. So, Mark Doxy. Wait a second. So, Mark Doxy. Is there any scientific evidence of gravity? Number one, how is that a logical fallacy? Number two, how is that an appeal to the negative that doesn't exist? You absolute moron. My God, sir. I'm going to back that up. Let's get the whole thing.
Appeal to the negative. Is there any evidence of gravity? No. But then that's...
No. So is that an appeal to the negative?
Appealing to the negative.
So the answer to the question is an appeal to the negative. That's why I recorded this, you absolute ground sniffing retard. Oh my God. See, this is a pretender clown flat earther, ladies and gentlemen. This is the inklings that I got there back in the day. I said this is going down. That's why. This is one of the reasons why.
Even if there's... Okay, just hear me out, folks. Don't jump on me. I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
You're playing devil's stupidity. You're an idiot.
Good time, yeah. That's
this is on Jose Retard Show.
hold back. Mark, go ahead, man.
If there is no evidence of gravity, it doesn't...
Can we just pause? Take a moment, put our hand on the heart, and just remember...
Why? Why pause it?
Jose J.G. Gonzalez. Why, that's a blast from the past.
I got to go back now. This is about to get good, and I got to pause it.
Shh. He was the first. Well, no, because, like, people might not. When we say it, we have fond remembrance of that dirty turncoat bastard. So he was one of the guys, chocolate particularly, really bothered him. Yeah, a guy that was here, there saying one thing, then the next day, he was the pre-ranty. Yeah, he turned round and was suddenly a baller, but like Ranty, couldn't explain why.
Yep.
Couldn't actually take apart his own arguments that he'd used with actual saliency in flat earth debate against ballers, but couldn't actually dismantle the argument and therefore explain why he'd gone back to the ball. He was actually pre-Ranty first turncoat, I think.
No, he wasn't. Or was he? Was he pre-Ranty?
Yeah, he was.
Oh, yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
And do you know what the funny thing about it is? You want to hear irony?
Oh,
right?
God.
The very thing, yes, well, you're going to hear it now, because the audience should hear it. The very thing this Jose tried to say that turned him back to being on the ball was the effect that I've detailed many times of photographic occultation, right? Or visual occultation, some people call it. Now, that's the very thing that Ranty tried to latch on to when he said he was leaving and going back to the club. And who was the first person to call him out on his show? Jose, pointing out how that's complete bullshit. And he even had a demonstration using the buildings around where he was doing his show, showing how a building in the background, even though it's a lot higher, will appear as if it's lower because of the perspective of blah, blah, blah. And that was the very thing that Jose had used himself several years beforehand to leave. So Jose called Ranty out on the very thing that Jose himself had used and wasn't able to explain. That's how bad that is. Now, that was a great story, and I'll expect some responses from you and Adam, because I've correctly recounted history.
I'm not going to give you a response just to solely hang QE out there, Brian. I hope you can respect that.
Yes.
Good thing I didn't hear it. All right, here we go.
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Let's go.
Okay, just hear me out, folks. Don't jump on me. I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
Take your time. Yeah, let's all hold back. Mark, go ahead, man.
If there is no evidence of gravity, it doesn't mean to say that there is no gravity.
Yeah,
It fit right into the Land of Misfit Toys 2.0 right now. It fit right in like a glove.
That's an appeal to the negative.
That's an appeal to the negative. That is so stupid, Mark. You dumbass cracker.
Just because, QA, there's no evidence of invisible three-toed gnomes.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean there aren't any, does it?
That's correct.
Yeah, absolutely. Just so negative.
Yeah, it's just a negative, man.
Negative. Just because you can't show something doesn't mean that it must be dismissed. You've just got to wait for more data to come through.
What? Show the thing that you've not seen?
That's an actual logical. That's an actual logical fallacy. That's an appeal to the future fallacy.
To the future.
Yeah, dumbass cracker, Mark Doxy.
And how can you have more data when you don't have any to begin with?
And the other thing is, whenever Nathan starts off his show, he says, we welcome diverse. What does he say? Please share the show.
The opposite view or whatever, something like that. We welcome the opposite view.
Yeah, we welcome diverse opinion. And as soon as
diverse panel.
As soon as somebody goes on with a diverse opinion.
Diverse opinion. That's the problem right there. You see, this isn't an opinion genre, you glue sniffer. That was your whole problem, Mark Doxy. This is not subjective based on opinion. This is the nature of our reality. So you're in a category error. This is so basic and so flat Earth 60 level. You're an embarrassment. And we're lucky that you're gone.
They are verbally abused.
They are verbally abused. How so? Provide an example.
So
eat my balls.
Yeah, that's it.
That'd be one of the verbal. Yeah, suck my balls, teabag, etc., etc.
Fair enough, but he didn't. He didn't offer, and he didn't offer any. You did. Yeah, but he did.
I know. I've just given him the verbal abuse. Oh, it's terrible, isn't it? How awful. Why would you get that verbal abuse?
Yeah.
Because you've just failed to support any argumentation you've half-heartedly brought to the table.
Precisely.
This is appeal to format fallacy, something we've suffered and continue to suffer. Yeah. Now let's focus on how mean you were when you pointed out I was talking shit instead of me having to deal with the fact I was talking shit.
Yes, exactly. Very well said.
What Nathan invites people to do, they're just walking into a den of abuse.
Yes, but that's that's why he's welcoming diverse opinions, because he wants people with diverse opinions to walk into his lair and for him to rip them apart.
And he doesn't actually rip them apart. He just uses argument technique rather than going into the logic of the arguments. He just shouts it down,
arguing for the sake of arguing.
them. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and if he's making a living out of it, well done. I don't take that away from him. It's the cult following that feels that or believes that Nathan's some sort of flat Earth guru. I quite like Nathan. I know what he's up to.
After all that, I quite like Nathan. That's pretty funny.
But it's QA.
Yeah, there are many people that didn't die in Waco that thought David Koresh was an all right bloke. I'm not sure the point he's making after indicting him as a cult leader.
Yeah,
why you'd say then like him? Yeah. What is? You see, this is this is poisoning of the well fallacy. Let me give you a shit sandwich, but make sure you chew on the shit.
Poisoning of the doofus fallacy. This guy, he could. Come on, dude. He's the reason. He's another reason. He's jumping everyone. He's another reason why there's directions on a shampoo bottle.
I quite like Nathan. I know what he's up to, but it's QE.
Oh, it's that bad guy QE.
Sleeping Warrior and Arwen. They're the characters that they're just not nice people.
They're just not nice people, because I throw a lot of shit out and they debunk my shit, and they do it nastily.
Get me started on Mr. Riley. What? No, I'm not going there. Oh.
Well, Nathan,
please go.
Nathan Nathan has basically let Quantum Eraser run the show. You know,
it's his script.
His script. What script do I have?
Yeah, this is that point where you basically took over.
Yeah. What I'd like to know what this script was. Let's go back a little bit. Who was that voice in the background? I heard it before. I can't place it. Let's listen to it again.
well, Nathan,
please go.
Nathan Nathan has basically let Quantum Eraser run the show. Yeah.
Who is that?
Oh, that's George Netzer.
Yeah, that is George. Yep, that is George. You got it. Yep, you're on it. Yep, correct.
Started on
Yeah, there's George looking up at us right now.
Oh, that's terrible, Adam.
Well, no, I'm not going there. Oh.
Well, Nathan,
please go.
Nathan Nathan has basically let Quantum Eraser run the show. You know,
it's his script. The Quantum, I think he's about maybe 10 years older than the rest of them, or maybe even 15, 20 years older, and they see him as some sort of father figure.
Dad, can I make a comment right now, please, Dad?
Oh boy, that was good. I like that. He's about 20, maybe 5, 10, maybe 50, 30 years older than the rest of those idiots. All right, who else we got here?
Pause, because look at you know when I said that things kick off. So it's not you in terms of you, but the message, the power of what's being brought with understanding the scientific method, and anything that doesn't conform to it can't be described as science. That's really disruptive, which is why you're bringing it to Nathan's show at this point, aren't you? See, which is why you've got this bullshittery. Oh, I think they're just bad people. I think he's an older man leading these young boys in their early 40s astray. Yeah? What are you on about? He's not Epstein Mark II, is he? He's not like corrupting minors.
Yeah,
we're middle-aged men ourselves. He is more senior. I'd agree to that.
And like Brian said, he's commiserating with dedicated idiot baltards. Jose JG retard. You got George here. They're commiserating with each other. So Brian's all over this. You're right.
But this is the point, right, where you brought... You remember when Kempf went on for a year about celestial navigation, and some of us had grown sometimes because we'd heard it a million times. But you spent a year doing the website, the stuff you'd learned, the stuff we cover here, but actually did it on Nathan's. Nathan benefited and all his audience did.
Yes.
That's what they're addressing here and moaning. Oh, he's taking over the show. He's making fucking salient points, the bastard, ruining my bullshit. Yeah? Oh, let me attack him as a bit of an older man.
I'll bet you they've seen a lot of that pink writing.
It's prime pink writing time, isn't it? Because we're going to get into the formation of BALLBUSTERS about this point, aren't we? Or has it just began?
I think it already I don't remember, Adam. Okay, who else we got here? We got 3 blind mice. We got the triad of ether idiots. I liked how I identified these. Zach Zabala, dumbass cracker. I don't know what's on here. We want to try this one?
I mean, I might try and take the 5th here, but I probably won't. But go on.
Here we go.
I was listening to Discord and I keep hearing people saying, you know, well, electrostatics doesn't affect gases. I heard it like 3 times. yesterday. Or
was I on mute?
Yeah, you were.
Son of a electrostatics. He doesn't know what electrostatics is. Zach Zubala.
I listening to Discord and I keep hearing people saying, you know, well, electrostatics doesn't affect gases. I heard it like 3 times yesterday or the day.
No, because that's unfair. Because there's an experiment that Zach did that will support this.
Oh, I'm sure there is.
Are you ready? Hold on to your panties, Mr. Thunya.
Yeah, right.
Just right. Get some wooden stick and bite down, just so I can get through this.
Before, and I was like, all right, I got to put a stop.
I'm not done.
You got. He's got. Zach's gonna put a stop to this.
No, you're gonna hear this experiment. I was privy to this. So what you do is you take a helium balloon, which is covered in aluminium foil, and you cut the end off a cable to a kettle, plug it in, wire the cable up to the helium balloon, see where the helium balloon is floating, switch the power on, see that the helium balloon descends, and draw your own conclusions from there.
Is that it? Is that what he's going to do here?
You're set up now to make your own hypothesis. I've told you what the experiment is.
Oh, boy.
Make your own hypothesis from knowing what the cause and effect is. Now derive a hypothesis.
That's not my job.
I just don't want us sounding ignorant when we speak, when we have new people.
Well, that means that you had to stop speaking immediately when you started. Just stop. And that would have solved that problem. You glue sniffer.
Because there's still a lot of new people coming into this. And I don't want them hearing us saying these things that are just blatantly wrong. Now, in everybody's defense, you know, when you type in, does static electricity affect?
Electrostatics is not static electricity, you fucking moron.
Gases, you don't find this stuff. Like everything else, it's hidden. You have to do a little bit of research.
That's why Zach's here. He's doing his research. Another reason why people put friggin' directions on shampoo bottles.
You have to look into things a little bit more. But ionic wind is well known about.
Ionic wind is his answer. My God. All right, that's all for Zach.
Thank God, I think I just got T-jumped. Yeah. My mind went to ionic wind. And
all right, I got 3 blind mice. I don't know who these are.
Just before you move on, I can't cite it. You know when you're scrolling, and there's, you know, Derek the Doofus from that Christian myth vision. You named him Derek the Doofus, but anyway, in one of the titles, he's attacking some conspiracy bloke, calling him a retard, as proven by. And then I look on the other side of the thumbnail because there's 2 pictures. And guess whose face is there? T-Jump. He's over there dealing with biblical stuff now, mate.
Good. Make sure you keep us abreast of that, all right? All right. Here's 3 blind mice. Here's 3 blind mice. I don't know who this is about.
3? I know this.
Oh, I put a little music to this.
Yeah, this is an actual numpty clip, isn't it? 3 blind mice.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's go with it.
Experiments prove that the ether is actually there.
Right. That's how you know you're being scammed. So back when Nathan Oakley kept saying things like science proves this, science proves, I took him and said, Nathan, you know science doesn't prove anything, right?
Is that it also confirms the existence of what science has known for, hundreds of years, and that is the existence of the ether.
You unlock. Yes.
Yeah. That's them contradicting each other, that science doesn't prove anything from Jaron, and Bob is saying that science demonstrated the ether. Yeah, that's what this is.
So the question then is, who, because I remember the title, but who is the 3rd blind mice?
Don't know.
Mouse.
I can't remember.
We've got Jaron. We've got to take a guess. Who's the three?
It might be Witsit.
That was where I was heading.
Yeah, it might be.
We're heading into the ether zone, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
This door with the key of
retardation.
Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You've just crossed over into
the numpty zone.
I took him and said, Nathan, you know science doesn't prove anything, right?
What science has known.
You know science doesn't prove anything, right? Right? That's how you know you're being scammed.
Experiments prove that the ether.
You know science doesn't prove anything, right?
Contradicting each other. It's lovely.
You are so dumb. Damn.
I'm asking you why you're peddling this stupid shit.
My point is pretty simple.
Just pause for a sec.
Why?
Just for those that, because the contradiction may not be fully clear to anyone else.
Everyone got it.
I don't think there's any point.
Everyone.
Wrong with reaction.
If you didn't, if no one got that part, I want you to raise your hand, and I'll have Tommy come back and hit you with a tack hammer because you're a retard. How about that?
I've got no problem with that. I was going to put it in historical context again, but no, I'm not going to now. You've upset me.
Good.
Right?
Right. So it's simple, right? So
there you go.
Oh, that's it. So we're both winners. You owe me $1 and I owe you $1.
No.
Shit. My point is pretty simple. Right. So it's simple, right? So Michelson Morley, for example, we had lights go different directions, and one of the
couldn't care less. This is a parlor trick. Stop. Stop. Do you give a crap about this parlor trick?
Okay, well, that's why relativity was created.
Right, are you telling me you're going around peddling this crap to this community based on a fucking parlor trick?
No, it's based on antecedent relationship. Like,
Right,
it's just
what was the phenomena studied in this highly scientific parlor trick? What was the phenomena studied?
The difference in travel of light. Michelson Morley, for example. Magnetic wave propagate within.
You couldn't possibly be any dumber.
That's ether is science. No one's claiming that ether is science.
What science has known for, hundreds of years, and that is the existence of the ether.
Yeah, this is a bunch of contradictions and stuff they had together. So, I got 3 blind mice too. Let's see what happens here.
Just let them speak.
You can demonstrate. You can prove it. When you manipulate heat, water boils.
Science can't prove things. Science cannot prove anything. How would it ever do that? Think about it. If no matter what you try and prove, and these guys, I heard them say the other day, oh, science proof is that the water boils at 100 degrees.
That wasn't the proof, you moron.
That's not proof of anything.
Yeah, that wasn't the experiment, you dumbass.
I wanted to go to Witsit gets it.
You can demonstrate. You can prove it. When you manipulate heat, water boils.
Science proof is that the water boils at 100 degrees. That's not proof of anything. Witsit gets it.
You can demonstrate. You can prove it. When you manipulate heat, water boils.
Science can't prove things.
Contradicting each other, idiots.
Now listen carefully.
I think you can find a scientifically valid method that can validate the ether, but it doesn't exist.
Pause.
I think you can find a scientifically valid method for the ether, but it doesn't exist.
Brilliant, isn't it?
That's your boy, isn't it?
That's Mike Kavanagh. A man that on... So that is the show, isn't it? Where Nathan kicks off with Bob, and there's Mike, head of FE Core, who's been firing lasers across Lake Balaton, and demonstrating with measurement and the assurity of lasers that we've got a horizontal plane we're measuring. And then he's thrown under the bus. And this, when I alluded to you earlier, one rule for thee, one rule for me, and certain people would curtail, and it got them in trouble. Me, Tony, and listen to those apologetics there. The bullshittery that poor old Mike gets into to defend Bob. Instead of being principled and throwing him under the bus like he should, he comes up with that cockwaffle like a EU politician. Yeah. Well, there's definitely an experiment, but we've just not discovered it yet.
No,
Yeah,
no,
what the hell?
no. It's not that he didn't discover it yet. It doesn't exist. Listen to what he says.
Listen carefully.
I think you can find a scientifically valid method that can validate the ether, but it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. You've got to interpolate that, haven't you?
No, you don't.
In of itself, it's nonsense.
Yeah, it's just nonsense.
Is it is it a new method, or is it the application of nature, something we don't understand, to apply it to? It doesn't make sense. Like I say, you've got to interpolate it.
No, you don't have to. No, you don't. It's moronic, paradoxical contradiction. That's what it is. There's no interpolation. He's a retard.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
what
he
he's
is.
doing is trying to defend a friend and making an arse of himself.
Yep.
I think you can find a scientifically valid method that can validate the ether, but it doesn't exist.
I can't get out. That's one of the dumbest things I think I ever heard. Wow.
What the hell did you just say?
I think you can find a scientifically valid method that can validate the ether, but it doesn't exist.
Oh, yeah.
I think you can find a scientifically valid method that can validate the ether, but it doesn't exist.
Pause. This is really the height. You know, when I alluded to earlier, when we all kicked off as to what science was, why we'd used it as a determinant to destroy a ball. This was actually at this point, because this is where Tony's gone, as I alluded to and kicked off. And I think even Nathan and you may have said to even the super accurate laser aiming device, the Salad, when they're firing across Lake Balaton, doing amazing measurements. They, a bit like with the Michelson-Morley, initially, as early flat earthers, reported that as an experiment. And some of us, people with testicular fortitude, stood up and said, don't do that. Now, that alludes to what QE said earlier, what I asked QE to say, who's going to cock this up? The Christians or the pretender clown flat earthers? And this is that point where we recognizing, no, you can't. After everything we've done, you can't describe that as an experiment. And to Mike's credit, they changed that. So this is that point where we're recognizing, if we're going to apply standards, they have to apply to us. And at that point, like I said, the Lake Balaton measurements were recognized as such and no longer described as an experiment, which actually you need to take a bit of kudos for. That you are the consequent of that. Because without you, I'd have carried on. I'd have been happy without having some knobhead going, oh, actually, that's not an experiment. Don't you remember what you learned? And you go, oh, yeah, shit. And it's really powerful as well to be reminded of the power of the narrow scope that affords you certainty.
I like the Balaton.
That's kind of where we're at then.
I like the Balaton stuff that they did, but this, from what he said right here, is the epitome of stupidity. He's just a clown. So
I want to move away. Don't. I want to move away from what he's doing there for all the good work. Because for Mike to be summarised this many years later like that is just wrong. Okay, it's exactly what I've just said. He's trying to defend a friend who's saying stupid things, and what he should have done, shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Right, and let Bob hang himself.
Yep.
But like a good man, of which many of us are, he just hung himself.
Yep.
Yeah, with gibberish. Now, I don't hold anything against Mike Kavanagh for that. I see it for exactly the way I've just described it.
Okay.
But what I do see him for is a real top bloke that invested loads of money, time, and effort to demonstrate to me back then that if you fire a laser and you can make sure it's so freaking accurate, because imagine. It wasn't Jaren the retard. No, this is important. So one of the things that hung Flat Earth was Jaren the retard running out along the side of a canal with a laser pen in his hand and some holes in some polystyrene foam. Yeah? Right. So easy to debunk and laugh at, you absolute flattard. Right? Like I said, what Mike did was take really accurate engineering so that he could level his device and demonstrate to us that his measurement was accurate. That as long as we're not questioning whether or not laser light travels in a straight path, then everything he's given us is a really accurate measurement. And he did that for me. Back then, that was a real big convincer. Now, even back then, before, because I think this is
Can
before
you
me and
end
you
this
again.
at some point?
Yeah, I would until you then do that, and then
Yeah, that's what Brian does. You're just going off on an incoherent tangent. Just get to the point.
No, I'm not going to, because I was going to end with a compliment to you, but that's it.
That's
I think right. I think Kavanagh is brilliant, and QE I'm not bothered about anymore.
All right, fair enough.
Now listen carefully.
What science has known for, hundreds of years, and that is the existence of the ether.
Science cannot prove anything. How would it ever do that?
Experiments prove that the ether is actually there.
Science cannot prove anything. How would it ever do that?
Experiments prove.
Experiments, Darren.
Prove that the ether is actually there.
That's how you know you're being scammed.
Prove that the ether.
You know science doesn't prove anything, right?
On the subject of apologies.
Oh, this is Adam.
That's me.
Yeah, it's you.
I knew that voice.
Yeah.
Give it a J. Here we go. There's going to be some good shit coming up right now. Everybody, listen. Pay attention.
I thought it was you interrupting again. I started getting freaking pissed.
I was mildly confused for a nanosecond.
All right, let's see what Adam has to say.
On the subject of apologies, there's only one apology, and that's to Nathan for calling him a scammer. The rest, it's fair game. Even calling me a flat Earth homo, it's fair enough. I've been called worse. You know what I mean? I'm not bothered about it. The only apology due is that, because that's the thing that's out of order. It's dishonest, and he knows it.
He won't be able to do it. He can't retract that now. You hear that, jabroni? That's your pride fucking with you, you Dunning-Kruger muppet. How's that hypothesis working out for you? You don't even know what one is, do you? Yeah?
Whatever. Okay, that's all for that. That's too funny.
No, that's the sort. I wondered what that was about. That's why that's a clip, because it's there because this is the attack. So having pointed out the scientific method and pointing out that it does prove things and it doesn't prove things, contradictory statements that I think all of them made. Yeah, they then move forward to attack Nathan, and instead of attacking him based on the argumentation, they then call him a scammer. So I think that's me and you being the bigger men, saying even if you called me a bit of a gaylord, I don't care, but you shouldn't call somebody a scammer when that's your retort as argument.
Sure.
This it's really good. This is QE. These clips because it shows the shithousery, that we've had to deal with over the year. Listen to it. Listen to how we've held our integrity. Yeah.
Yep.
Now, I've never teabagged anyone. Okay, you use a lot more colourful language than us, but listen to what we're actually dealing with. Don't critique the methodology of dampening down a big, blazing flame of bullshit. How we have to deal with that as over the years has changed, and we've all got different styles. Even Nathan, I'll defend here. Yeah, there's no. Because even if you look at Nathan, who is probably the more vulgar of us all, what he's actually dealing with is a million times worse than what's presented to him. Yeah, it's not just vulgar; it's insulting, it's ad harm, it's just downright lies, isn't it? As we've gone through this, and that's interesting. Always the critique. Look at us.
So. Next is, what am I going to do next? I have different parts of a magnet for some reason. I have no idea what this is.
No, not show the crops. Why is it every time we get to what's ether, we get shown crops growing? It's not ether.
I just asked you a simple question, Nathan. What are all the mechanical parts of a magnet? What the hell did you just say? What are all the mechanical parts of a magnet?
You unlock this door with the key of
retardation.
Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You just crossed over into.
What are all the mechanical parts of a magnet?
Numpty zone.
You are so dumb. Damn.
What are all the mechanical parts of a magnet, Adam?
Well, the central rotor, the crankshaft, and then, of course, the main drive chain that generates the field.
Yeah, duh.
Are you talking about Magnet West?
Yeah, Magnetic West. That's what we're talking about, yes.
Okay. You've got it wired correctly.
I got 34 seconds on this. This is Bobbity.
Before we go, because this again, see that bit is this is later on, isn't it? So we've slapped Jaren for attacking us that the boiling pot of water in a ceramic dish can be slightly higher or lower than 100 degrees at standard atmospheric pressure based on the surface temperature of whatever you're comparing it to. An absolutely outstanding performance. But we went through a month or so of pointing out to this retard that it wasn't the temperature that the water boiled at that was the thing we were pointing out. It was the fact that if we add heat to it. So we get to that, and then Jaren's destroyed, isn't he? And then we get into what I think's coming up, which is Witsit coming and defending his etherite bullshit separately on Nathan's with. What I remember is a show where I had to just keep my gob shut and just let Nathan deal with it. Because it was just more expedient to do so. Or, as you always said, let them speak. So it was better to just let one person deal with it and Witsit hang himself with ether proofs. Because this is where we're at. And the clip you played before was this contradiction that was going off in the community right then. That science does prove things because the Michelson-Morley experiment, which is not an experiment, demonstrates a proof of the ether, but also from Jaren's same tone that science doesn't prove anything. It can only disprove something, which in of itself obviously proves something, but it can only disprove something. This contradiction coming from the same subset of the flat Earth community, giving this disharmony and, like I say, contradiction, not just within each other, but within their own statements as well. I think as QE's clip actually highlights quite well, actually, mate, that ramble over.
Well, what I'd like to say, Adam, is we're being asked to join this show. I'm being told to shut up before I get to say Adam. He's complaining about you, right? He's complaining about you actually saying something. And all he wants to do is play his videos while off mute. So there's an echo out to the audience. Now,
no,
I really
it's
don't
not
know
coming.
why he wants us to
No, it's not out to the audience. It's just to you.
No, it's only us that suffer that, Brian. And I was going to do it a couple of times. Yeah, it's just us.
But just so you know, what the audience don't realise is, yes, science is real, right? It's established through a scientific method. Jaron didn't know what he was talking about. He was contradicting Bob, but there is no scientific evidence for ether. Because I'm not sure if the audience is aware of that.
Oh,
because it wasn't made clear.
Oh, okay.
So I wasn't allowed to speak at all. Adam was showing up in the middle of speaking. I don't know what to make out of it.
You're right, and that honestly, that's why I've said this is like a trip down memory lane. And if you weren't here, those comments trigger me, you, and we're only trying to put points in. As I alluded to there, a point we had to skip over, which is that science does prove the ether because of the Michelson-Morley experiment. And this is one of the best few months. And it was the thing that Nathan destroyed Bob on. It was embarrassing. And that's why what happened subsequently afterwards was to attack the man, i.e. Nathan, so that Bob had to save face. But ultimately, this is what everything of the ether was hung on. The Michelson-Morley experiment, or the MME, it had to be called.
MMX.
You couldn't use the word MMX. X, yeah, brilliant, yeah.
That's not what Brian's. That's not what Brian's saying. It's a good point, Brian. I should have stopped it, or had you stop. There's a couple things going on here. The only reason why I did that between Bob and Jaron was Jaron was saying science doesn't prove anything, and Bob says, yeah, well, science does prove the ether. I only highlighted the contradiction, right, between the two of the bozos, but you are correct. That is a category error from Bob, because discovery of something is not cause and effect. So science doesn't prove ether. Ether can only be proven scientifically if it causes a phenomena, natural type. Is that good, Brian?
Yeah, but I think the audience are more clear now that ether is not proven scientifically.
Yes, it can't be. It's a category. It's a category error. Even to even attempt it, it's stupid. Yes, but that wasn't the point. The point was the contradiction between Jaron and. But you got it. Okay, fair enough, Brian. I should have explained that, and I didn't.
Well, you can't say that it's a category error unless you actually know what ether is.
No, any existence question, whether it be ether or three-toed gnomes or Aunt Jenny's late summer tomato panties, science doesn't have anything to do with discovery of the what's and the is's or existence of something. Only deals with causes.
Okay, fair enough. I'm corrected.
Yeah,
I accept that.
Yep.
Right, which is lovely, but I like the second bit that you finish with, which is not to preclude it, but how it could be included within the scientific method. Can you just add that last bit of how you would, what would, for ether to be involved in scientific method, where would its role be?
It would have to be already clearly established to exist, and then it would have to cause something.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. That's the best nail in the coffin I've ever heard.
Yeah. It goes back to the 3 criterion of what an independent variable is. Shout out to Brian. Yeah. Does anyone know what the 3 criterion for an independent variable?
I'll be away for a few minutes. I'll be listening if I can.
Well, the 3 criterion of an independent variable. Number 1, it must exist. Number 2. What's number 2?
I'm considering it must be manipulable.
Yep. You must be able to physically manipulate it. Number 3, it's your supposed cause. That's the 3 criterion for an independent variable. Good. All right.
Would the first one not be it must exist in nature?
No.
All right.
You know, all this neat stuff.
Yeah.
Pause. This is really, look, as my role as the emissary, this is really, there's a reason I got excited when I've never heard you describe it like that.
Really?
The reason for preclusion, you might say. The reason why I can't accept anything to do with it, and it becomes that first point, which is to do with it being in the real world.
Yes.
And then the second point, can I manipulate it? Manipulate what? Well, this thing that the Michelson-Morley parlor trick suggests. Yeah, that's kind of...
Can't manipulate suggestions.
I know, fully, but I like that. Just do it again. Do it again, that last bit.
What last bit?
Why... What would be needed for ether to be considered within scientific method? What would be required? Because this is the point they often
Is that a rhetorical question, or are you going to let me answer it again?
No, just long-winded as always.
It has to be the cause of something. So its existence is redundant because it would have to exist for you to even contemplate causing something. Follow? That already have to be established. Good?
Perfect. Philosophical sense.
And Brian, you're right. It has to exist in nature somewhere. You can't have something cause something in nature that doesn't exist in nature. So you're right, even though you can't speak, which isn't necessarily a bad thing.
The reason I asked for that repetition, QA, is because in all the years that we were doing that, even as emissary, the best we could come up with was a sarcastic comment, which would be to say, then give me a bag of ether. But the way in which you've elucidated with regards to the scientific method is perfect. It's the same thing, but much more eloquent.
Yep.
But I'd still like a bag of ether, please.
Yeah, I would too. That's why I say whenever anyone brings it up, you know, the first comment out my mouth, what's ether? So what is it? Prove its existence first, and then we can get on to science. So I think this is in your lane again as the emissary, if I'm not mistaken. Here we go.
You know, all this neat stuff, but all it really is a signal generator, or a machine that generates different frequencies, multiple frequencies at multiple different amplitudes, et cetera, right? Which can be programmed. And so Royal Rife's approach to curing things like, you know, eradicating the body of harmful substance or disease or viruses or whatever it is, even if it's not alive, all of it, regardless, has an electromagnetic frequency and signature. So what the Rife machine was intended to do was to...
Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is where probability is your evidence, isn't it?
The right machine.
Yeah, so if we're going to look at that, what the Rife machine is, an electromagnetic pulse or a field generator or a magnetic input. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's something that's supposed to, it's a bit like in Torteria, the bells would impart a frequency to heal you naturally. Now, that's not to say it's false, but what you see again here is Bob, a proponent of the Flat Earth community, throwing his own discovery beliefs into the community, which only cause confusion. So what we've now got, and Bob would have said, because he had a Rife machine, something he boasted about, and then talk about it with certainty, like it meant something. And this is what he's doing here. So he's conflating anything that you could take positively from the Rife machine, from a holistic health point of view, and then using it as supporting evidence for the ether.
Is he?
That.
I didn't hear any. Okay, let's see what he does.
target things like bad virus. Let's just say, I hate to use this because viruses are, well,
No, we don't know. Viruses are what? We don't know.
Very, very bad. Very bad virus.
Okay.
Let's just say it's a virus, right? But it has a frequency, and so
it has a frequency. Define frequent. Well, he can't do it anymore. That's unfair for me to ask.
So what we're about to get into here, like I say, this is a chaff and misdirect. Okay, so don't allow any of this evidence that you may or may not disagree with to cloud your judgment on whether or not ether exists. It's got fuck all to do with it. However, when you lick your finger and you take a wine glass and you rub it across the top and it vibrates, or an opera singer can hit a certain note and it will make the glass shatter.
Yep.
This is what we're about to allude. Now, all well-known and demonstrable things, something to do with frequency and vibration, and in this case, sound, yeah, but fuck all to do with the ether. However, watch it get agglomerated.
Let's
is my suggestion.
I can't even remember this, to be perfectly honest with you. So let's see what he does.
What you do is you match that frequency and then you crank the amplitude up on it, and because of the fact that you have matched the frequency, you have caused a condition called resonance, right?
Pause. Listen to this. What? No, because I want a number from you. It's a very simple answer. What's the frequency of a cancer cell?
Want a number from me? What are you asking me for? I don't listen to any of his horseshit.
So you're going to cure cancer if you don't know its frequency?
39 megahertz.
Brilliant. I'll take that number. What the fuck's that got to do with ether?
Nothing. You're right. Good point.
Oh, okay. Carry on.
I'm about done carrying on with this. I'm really done with this.
This is so good. This is the shit we worked through. This is the crap we sat here having to listen to, evaluate, because these were the guys that were pioneers in our community, the guys that were going to elucidate to the point, to the world, Globebusters, all these people. Listen to it. Listen to their judgments clouded. I'm a twat. I'll admit that, right? No, you know what I mean? But in all of that, my twattery, I've never allowed it into this bit. The reason I'm speaking to people about flat Earth, I've got all sorts of views and opinions. QE is privy to many of them. But do I allow them into this arena? I don't. Because I'm not speaking tonight to tell you how fucking brilliant and enlightened I am I? No, I'm just saying the Earth's flat. And let me take you through the things.
All right. Well, we're going to go to I don't know what this is either. Let's see what this is.
Exactly. And that's what they're going to do. I'm sure you've heard, like Brenda on Nathan's show, and a lot of these people or even Ruhif, who is Ruhif, whatever his name was, that was on Ranty's tonight. I mean, just the level of obfuscation. Sorry, tried to spit that one out. Is beyond belief. And the thing that is really amazing, ever since Black Swan came along, and I will admit this about Black Swan, it has forced them now to go to an utterly
wankers. This is when so you talk about when I split, when I fucking kicked off, because when having met John, right, and having that, this is so funny the way all the supporting evidence is there. But when I've kicked off, and I'm no longer I'm kicking off with my friends in Iron Realm, right, that you can't treat Arwen. I know he's a twat, yeah? And you can call him a wizard, an evil little wizard.
What does this have to do about Arwen?
Not a lot. It's just I'm recollecting the show.
From what he just said?
What was the...
Let's finish the clip and let's see where this goes, and then you can comment on it. How about that?
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Okay.
Really amazing, ever since Black Swan came along, and I will admit this about Black Swan. It has forced them
pause.
Now,
I'm not having it.
my God.
I'm not having it. No, you just got to shut your shit, mister. Black Swan. This is the point of disconnect. So you alluded to, and I thought you were going to mention it earlier. So we'd met, and then the Black Swan comes out. So I'm working in independent groups. So I'm around, still with the BALLBUSTERS guys. Yeah, but working with you guys, and well, Nathan first, and Tony, and you guys, and the Black Swan comes out, and we've invited Cammy in, okay, and I've got the Black Swan now. Based on everything we've ever done in Iron Realm, the Black Swan is the most significant thing. It's fucking proof. Right, because back in the early days, me and a guy called Rob in Australia have got a B600 before the 900 comes out, and we're taking pictures of islands and shorelines and stuff on shorelines. 5 years before the Isle of Man stuff comes out, yeah. And so when I go to Iron Realm and I present it and receive a bit like. You know, if you gave an end joke as a white guy in Harlem and the audience would be flat, it was like that. Yeah, as good as the joke was, you're a white guy in Harlem. Yeah, using it. That's what it was like. And it was really weird. And that's what's very telling. Because at this point, Bob,
it was incoherent. It was incoherent. What you just said. Hold on. Relax. So what you're saying is, you presented the Black Swan to Bob and the other idiots on Iron Realm Media, and then there was a problem.
Yeah, it died on its arse like it didn't mean anything. Why? Because the rift had already been created with Nathan, you, the use of scientific method, ether, all these things. And we brought out the best thing that should have united us all, but these guys rejected it. And it was part of the disconnect time. It was a key point. But that cheeky little signet started the beginning of the disconnect, didn't it? And the reaction to its birth was very telling. Yeah, and what you're seeing here now is, listen to the apologetics in his voice. He's apologizing for not recognizing the Black Swan. Why? Because he pissed on it when I brought it to him. People have said, why are you not using this, Bob? Thought you was all about the preponderance of evidence, Bob. So there's this apologetics now. These guys recognize or trying to politically manage this shithousery that they did with us genuine flat earthers. People that are just there to further the cause, not with another agenda. People we've highlighted. Agenda-driven bastards. Money-grabbing scrubs.
Let's see where this goes.
By the way,
thanks.
By the way, no, just on that note, we've not had a super chat tonight. Last I've checked.
I had a super chat in like 3 shows. So where's Klein?
I'm not going to. She's probably asleep. Cinderella is no longer Cinderella. She's turned into Sleeping Beauty.
We have a super chat, is what you're saying?
No, I was saying. Very interesting. How much money have you made, I made, Brian made in all of our honest endeavors, in all of these people that we engage with honestly? How much money have they made? Bob, Witsit, Jaren, all of these people that we dealt with as genuine people. People I've met, Jaren, in Amsterdam, yeah, and people I talked to, like with Bob. How genuine were they? Look with the eye of history, look at the interactions, look at the critique. How genuine were they? How much money did they make? How much money did I make over this time? Yep. Who's still here spouting the truth? It's very telling. The preponderance of evidence, as Bob would say, may be illuminating.
Thank you. Let's see where this ends.
Came along, and I will admit this about Black Swan. It has forced them now to go to an utterly ridiculous claim of saying, "Oh well, there is no physical horizon." It's like, no, the reason there's no physical horizon is because it freaking doesn't exist.
Pause. Do you hear the? I want you to hear the apology. What I will admit about the black swan. You understand? Listen to that language and understand it in the context I've just put it in. Oh, fucking hell. It is actually useful, bastard. Even though I've just spent 2 or 3 months pissing all over it. Well, I will admit, it holds them to this. Even though what it is, it just was what it was by the standards we've set out to destroy a bull. Yet these wankers, because the people that were pointing out this fantastic flat earth ball destroying proof weren't to their cup of tea, they pissed on it, guys, and hid it from you. That's what you just heard. That's the history of it.
No, it's because,
I didn't recognize it at the
author.
time.
No, it wasn't.
Let me finish. I'm not done.
Oh,
I
God.
didn't recognize it. No, I didn't recognize it at the time. But when I listen back now, I hear them pissing on the bonfire. Indictments that people like Brian might have said to me, Adam, stop being so positive about these people. And there were many like that. But you listen to it now and you look at the fruits of their labor. What did they do? Why did they do it? It doesn't make sense. The Shillbot Central is the indictment I'll give. Thank you for letting me finish that point.
Now, since my mic was on mute, God's sake. The only reason they pissed on the black swan is because it came from me. Right? That's the only reason why. This is second grade playground horseshit. Right? That's the only reason, Adam. The only one. Follow? It's that simple. No grandiose plan in the background. Nothing. Yeah. Understand?
Like I said, fruits of their labor, whether it be hating QE, or whatever Machiavellian scheme you'd like to describe as to why this fantastic proof back then in 2020 wasn't just taken on board like some of the shit that we did accept to desperately try and figure this shit out previous to that. When presented with the proof, I don't know. I don't know why they did it, but what I can see quite clearly is they openly rejected stuff that had a higher standard than anything that had been met before. That questions their motives. As to what their motives are, the only thing I can say, it wasn't for the betterment of flat Earth. There was clearly something else for them to reject something which had standards higher than they'd previously accepted and was a better proof than they previously had, for them to then reject it and then make apologetics and then go, oh, wow. There is a nice bit about it, I suppose. If I had to admit it was half decent. Fucking QE twat with his pictures and his fucking logical syllogism. Arsehole.
Yeah, it's all it was. Second grade playground. Oh, you see what he did? Oh, no, it's going to make us look bad. We're not on top of this. We're just reviewing NASA photos and talking about idiot-eefers. And then him dragging us through the friggin' mud by our short hairs because we don't know what science is. That guy did it. That's it. That's all it is. Okay, now, because I don't want to be guilty of false advertising, we're going to get back to PhD Tony. Let me orient you again. This is PhD Tony and Witsit. This is part 3. They've lost the plot many times. They've come back to the plot and lost it. It's about 50 or 60 times now that the universe had a beginning. So we're going to start off where we left off. Here we go.
Insists in saying that all things that humans...
Did somebody say pause already?
Yeah, we did. I said to get the ball rolling.
Oh my God. You just said pause just to say pause? You didn't want to pause, really?
No, I had another reason, but because it ended up being funny, I said I wouldn't bother with the other reason.
Nah, go ahead.
I'll go with that later.
You have a go at it later?
Yeah, I'll go at it later.
All right.
Observed are universally true. It's just fatuous.
But can I address that point real fast, because I never did, right? The vacuum energy thing, right? You were saying that the natural laws are accurate and do apply properly on the local scale, which, by the way, drum roll please, vacuum energy exists on the local scale.
There you go, Brian. Remember you said that Witsit didn't think that? There you go.
Wow, I don't even know what vacuum energy is, but
neither does he.
You know anyone who does?
No, but simple. It's not necessarily you have to understand everything, but how many batteries can you charge from a vacuum locally? Just a number would do me.
39 megahertz.
Yeah, next Thursday.
Yeah, or 25 kilograms.
Oh, dun. So you contradicted yourself again. But vacuum energy, it doesn't violate the first law anyway, which is that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but it can be transferred. So you're making the assumption that when we actually observe the fact that the vacuum still has energy in it, that it's...
What vacuum? What's it? See, that's your problem. That's the start of the problem. Nature abhors a vacuum. There are no vacuums. Say for the one between your ears.
Being created, which is just a completely baseless...
I'm talking about natural vacuums in nature, not the ones that man create. We don't care about that. They're talking about the universe. Where's the vacuum at? And show it how it doesn't violate at the very core of the second law of thermodynamics. Answer, you won't. You know why? Because nature abhors a vacuum. Duh!
Claim and makes no sense and violates natural law. It's simply being transferred or now becoming observable.
Did somebody say pause?
Yeah, I did. What about the low-grade vacuum in the sky?
You were talking about low-grade vacuum in the sky. Where's that at?
As you rise up, it's measurable. That you get to a point where you at the highest that a low-altitude balloon can go. I think it's like 10 to the minus 1 or 2 torr or something like that.
No.
Yeah.
There ain't no measurements like that. Get a citation. Let me see it. And I'm not talking about that. Okay, let me be specific then. Let's go back here. We were here last week. Vacuum. This it contradicts itself a little bit, or is a little bit confusing. So my point is that from this point, from a higher hard vacuum, from this point right here on up, that doesn't exist in nature. How about that? We good?
Yeah, I know. I'm fine with that because there's no evidence of anything like that. 100%.
Yep. So I had to be a bit more specific, saying vacuum. I thought we cleared up the definitions of vacuum last week, so it's my fault. So anything from a high or hard vacuum up through ultra high, extremely high, outer space, there is no perfect vacuum that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Good.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be an a-hole about it. I just said it was important to point out because someone had pointed out in the comments or something otherwise. So,
No.
Just to be clear.
No, that's important. I'm glad you stopped it. Yep, thanks.
Or accessible, and that doesn't help your point at all. So now the implications of your own claim is that the natural law doesn't even work on the local scale, right? So
that's a completely invalid syllogism.
Number one, that's not a syllogism. You don't know what a syllogism is. You're a moron.
Yes, vacuum energy is detectable local.
Where's the vacuum detected locally? But that. No, it's just, you're just pulling nonsense. This is preposterous.
Expansion of the universe is not detectably locally. It's the
expansion of the universe is not detected locally. What? Huh? What the hell does that mean, Tony?
It means it's not measured. It's extrapolated through other data. It's inferred, you might say.
You sure about that? You sure that's what he means?
You can't. that you can't. You see, what you can't do over time is see that the distance between your house and your neighbours increases.
That's not what he said. He said that the expansion of the universe cannot be detected locally. It's a train wreck statement. It's inherently contradictory. It's moronic.
It's not measurable, is what I'm.
No, it's moronic.
A politician. No, it's a politician telling me that they can't measure the thing they claim they've measured.
They can't measure it locally. Well, the thing that's happening isn't locally, Adam. It's the expansion of the universe. Follow?
And I'm not part of that expansion, no? So the bit that I'm on that's actually by definition expanding still, that's not expanding for me to measure. I've just got to go to the bits that I can't measure.
Yes.
And then extrapolate from all the things and inference that means it must be expanding. So not to measure it expanding, to infer.
Yeah, you can't measure it locally.
The expansion of the universe is not detectably locally.
It's just a moronic statement.
It's the expansion of the universe. The universe is creating more space, which contains vacuum energy.
Pause, please. Yeah, if you listen to his wording, he says it's not detected locally. So has he got a universe expansion detector?
That's not local.
I mean,
that's not local.
It doesn't deal on the local level. No, it deals with the expansion level. You know what I mean? He won't even say measure. Come on.
No, if he had a universal detectionometer, expansionometer, right, he would be measuring it. Whatever that thing would be, he would be making a claim of measuring the expansion. But he's just made the disclaimer that he can't measure it locally. Why? When he says locally, what he's meaning by that term isn't locally. It means in reality, I can't measure that. So what is the data he's using to make the proposition that the universe is expanding then? Given that in all of reality, he can't demonstrate that. Like I said, the distance between QE's driveway and his neighbours does not change.
Thanks.
So it's the expansion of the universe argument.
That's incoherent as well.
A feature of the argument that that is creating energy, right?
No.
So his first law of thermodynamics debunking, that he's just a moron, is that, let me see if I can get this straight, is that because the universe is expanding, then that's creating more vacuum energy where there wouldn't be. Because it's expanding and creating more energy, debunking the first law of thermodynamics. I mean, he's on crack, this guy. That's where he's going.
More vacuum, more energy. Is that what you're claiming?
Yes, that's what he's claiming, yes. It's creating more energy by expanding into nothingness.
I think that's incoherent as well, because now you're saying it's creating more space and then it's expanding into what?
Itself. Oh, no.
At 50, it's expanding into itself. That you must be a Rhodes Scholar.
Don't you need space to expand into?
No.
According to you, space doesn't exist. Witsit. I think I've got that recorded somewhere. So you train. It's just a doublespeak nonsense, but okay, we'll just stick with this part.
No, you don't.
Why you don't?
Oh, that's interesting. So it's expanding, which
at least you claim it is.
On space. Well, that's what the word expand means.
Yeah. There are mathematical objects that allow for it.
Yeah, so 50, and with Brenda trying to jump in because she's a moron too. Yeah, expands into itself. Yeah, that's it.
So yeah, Witsit, you clearly don't. You just don't understand the and this is
sentence fragment.
This is nonsensical now, right?
It's been nonsensical the whole time.
I just want to refer it back to your driveway.
Go ahead. Now, I'll be. You take your time. A couple minutes.
No, I'm not going to take my time. It's a quick point, and you can press play.
No, it's not a quick point. Take your time, I said.
No, because I'm eating.
That's what I'm getting some of, so you just take your time with this point.
No, I'm eating because I got a cheese, onion, and what do you call them? We call them Witsits, but I think you guys call them Cheetos and Cheeto sandwich because it's late. Very good. Will you press play? Oh, it's run off.
I
I'm not gonna
talk, Adam,
stop
for a
eating.
moment. I talk for a moment. Yeah, yeah, don't worry.
Calm down, because I'm eating a Cheeto sandwich, mate.
Yeah,
starving.
I heard you. Yeah, the official position on this, when I say official, it comes from, let's just say, PhD types like Sabine Hoffelfelder, I can't remember her correct name. Like, when she was asked that, she made a video, and she said that exact thing. It's expanding into itself. Do you know what I mean? This is the nonsense that they get to that point where they're asked, what's it expanding into? I don't know. Well, does it not need space to expand into? No. Well, it can't expand in. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's ridiculous. The whole position is ridiculous. But the claim of the universe is expanding into itself nonsense, that's all directly from basically the big wigs. You know, Brian Cox would probably tell you the same thing if you asked him. They give you a lot of jargon before you get to that point, but then they'd end up with it's expanding into itself. It's like, you know, like countries like America and countries in general, they're all in debt too, to themselves. It's a joke, you know what I mean? It's like we're taking the piss out of you, and we're now going to ramp up that piss taking to the point where we're just going to outright gaslight you and have zero respect for you by telling you that such and such a thing is expanding into itself. You can't expand into yourself. You can't be in debt to yourself. These things are bullshit. I don't care what economist wants to say you can, or what astrophysicist wants to say you cannot. So that's what we're dealing with there. Bullshitters. There's no answer. So they just say it's expanding into itself because they don't have an answer. There isn't one that they can give you. So that's what they go with. It's pathetic, to be quite honest with you. Okay, I need a bit of help now, Adam.
No,
you're eating, but...
I've got many a Witsit and still half a sandwich to go, but that's not the point. But I agree, that's the point. If Dewey's drive is expanding, yeah, his garden isn't shrinking, and none of his neighbour's garden has lost any area, what is it expanding into?
Yeah, you know what I mean? How can it expand without, you know, taking up some extra area? It's not possible. The term expand is very specific, isn't it? But that's what they tell you. They're just gaslighting people with a heap of shit. That's all they're doing. And they're getting away with it for a long time, you know.
And it's fine if they were ever to take the time to provide me with something profound instead of wasting my time making me have to work through the shit to realise you're just fucking bullshitting, aren't you? Yeah. Then I'd look forward to that opportunity for them to provide me with something. But it's just, the thing is, these explanations are built upon description of reality based on a mathematical solution. So, and that's why you end up with this cock waffle of explanation, because if you've got this term, which is basically a pissed up 8 falling on its side, which means infinity, which is not relevant to reality, and you can do things in mathematics with this thing, then when you then try to re-relate it back to reality, you end up with the absurdity that I just described. QE's drive is expanding without reducing his garden or encroaching on his neighbours. That's the, yeah, but you can prove it via maths.
But Adam, that's when they tell you that you don't understand. But it's at that point that it's true that because what they're saying cannot be understood because it makes no sense. So no, I don't understand at that point because it's not understandable. Do you know what I mean? Outside of saying you're talking bullshit. You know what I mean? Because you have nowhere to go with your idiotic pre-assumptions. You know, when you look at them and ask them, that doesn't make any sense. They say that's because you don't understand. It's like, yeah, it's not possible. You don't understand. No, it's not possible to understand that unless you're willing to accept the impossible. You know what I mean? That's where they go to. You know, you don't understand. Like that's what you'll hear PhD Tony saying that to Witsit several times. It's like, yeah, Tony, nobody could understand that. It doesn't make any sense. Something has to make sense for it to be understood. You know what I mean?
It's where we all started, and we didn't understand back then. But this is what's been fun tonight, and just like going through that non-understanding to getting to the points of understanding. Primarily with what you see the disconnect between the community, which is the understanding of what the scientific method is. Not was, but is and will always be. Things that are still being argued today, or apparently debated. But it's still the same then as it is now. But it's not about, the thing about this journey is it's not about convincing the community, is it? It's about just making sure in yourself. And you get to this point where you get bored fuckless of trying to educate idiots because you realise half the idiots aren't idiots. They're liars and deceivers. And they're, as I said earlier, to be an intellectual succubus to the community, to distract it, take it off path, actually to come to any firm conclusions or to delay coming to those things. They've never stopped us. They've only delayed us, haven't they?
Well, that's all they've ever done. It's like maybe they were hoping to stop us, but what they've actually ever done is delay the situation because they're just basically making the ground you're walking on muddier, so it's harder to walk on. But you're still able to walk. You're still going to go where you're going. You're still not going to stop or you're not going to turn around. You're going to keep on going forward. But then you will try and make it as muddy as possible. And unfortunately, as you said, there is a lot of people out there who really do genuinely, are genuinely here just to add that mud. That's the only reason they're here. That's their whole purpose. They're not here to be educated. They're not here to learn. They're just here to waste their time. And it's one of the rudest things you can do is waste someone's time. You know, don't waste someone's time. Time is the one thing that, if you wanted, as far as our life goes, it's the one thing that you're not getting back. It's disappearing. Moment to moment, you know.
All right, I'm back. You guys did a good job.
It wasn't bad, was it? Really? But actually, we've come to a profound conclusion, I think. We're happy to conclude the Earth's flat, and fuck you, you time wasters.
Is that the conclusion?
I think I'm happy to conclude there. But we see you, you time wasters, over the years.
This is why tangent. If you've read any, if
you just go back a touch, you see that thing on the screen there. It's after going up, been scrolled up a little bit now. The little diagram there on the screen.
Yeah, it's a big bang.
Just,
crap.
Yeah, what's all the black areas?
Yeah, that's what I was asking him. I said, "What's?" Yeah, when I first seen this, I said, "What's out here?"
Yeah. How did that get there?
Yeah, how'd that get there? What is that? Is that expanding into itself? Yep. Too funny. Yep.
You just don't.
I think Brian Greene was the one who came up with this little artistic train wreck, if I'm not mistaken. Shout out to Brian Greene, glue sniffer.
Understand the and this is why tangent. If you've read any, if you've read any relativity textbooks at all.
Relativity textbooks? Which one? Special or general? Wouldn't matter, neither is science. Not even a single scientific hypothesis in either special relativity or general relativity. I got a question. That begs a question. Since scientific theories are based on validated hypotheses, and there is nearly none in either special and general relativity, how are they scientific theories? My question. Answer.
You can say that. Yeah, but wasn't that a nice picture that they showed earlier, proving that the universe is expanding into itself?
Yeah, we already went over that. I even shouted out now.
Man, I was reiterating the point that a pretty picture, it's much more powerful than your... There it is, reality on the inside of the grid, and it's just getting bigger. What's being proposed to you is an insult to your intellect, jesting in that diagram. I say, your driveway getting bigger without nicking any of your neighbour's garden.
What I'm saying, Adam, is that you're growing into yourself. You were born fully grown, and you're growing into yourself. That's kind of where they go.
Whilst getting bigger.
Familiar with tangent spaces and
but not locally.
The entire mathematical formalism of those is
the mathematical formalism of scientific theories. That's a category there. PhD Tony, you don't know what a scientific theory is as a PhD mathematical physicist. Because that's what you actually are. Not a geophysicist, a mathematical physicist. That's a contradiction. Yeah, that's a contradiction in terms. Yeah. Awesome.
Is to demonstrate that you don't need a space to expand into in order to expand.
There you go. I was going to say it's a bullshitter who's about to use some kind of pseudo valor to support a nonsensical statement he's about to make. And the nonsensical statement he made is, you don't need space for something to expand into. Yeah. No. See, if you want to extend into your back garden, you don't need to take any of your back garden away to expand into it. You can have a bigger downstairs without losing your garden.
You don't need empty space around you. This is the entire rationale behind a great deal of the mathematical formalism in relativity.
Pause. This is the entire rationale around, and then we stop, don't we? Because we don't then go and deal with reality anymore. We abandon reality and anything that's got to do with it, and we go to numbers. I don't give a shit about your numbers, mate. You've completely gone on. You may as well talk about how many chocolate chip cookies I need in the cookie to make it a chocolate chip cookie. It's got nothing to do. You've just gone to numbers. This is sad.
I'd like to see the mathematical formalism, the equation of a banana.
Yeah, but you see, mathematically, I suppose I couldn't do it, but it wouldn't surprise me if the boffins across the plane were able to demonstrate to me how an area of 9 meters squared can expand to become 12 meters squared without expanding. I'm sure they could show me whilst expanding, but not occupying any additional space relative to anything else in reality. Which is bollocks.
Yep.
It's
way to explain to me that you don't understand relativity.
So now Witsit doesn't understand relativity, which is pseudoscience. What does that have to do with your position there, Tony? Whole bunch of nothing. So Witsit doesn't understand relativity. He doesn't understand plain English from citations. He doesn't understand what you say. Because you must have said that's not what I said about about 50 or 60 times up to this point. So Witsit is just a flat out moron to you, Tony.
Dude, okay, all you just did was basically concede that relativity is paradoxical, fallible nonsense that isn't correct, and it's just self-defeating, but it's all good. I mean, I think I laid out my conclusion. You didn't actually address any of it. You just kind of said, oh, vacuum energy and expansion. I said a lot more than that. I refuted your entire premise with specificity. I get that I did lay a lot of things out, and maybe you can go back and listen to it, and we can have a conversation in the future, because you're just baselessly reifying this concept of pre-Planck time and claiming there's no matter, there's no energy, there's no space, there's no time, the laws of nature don't exist, the laws of logic don't exist, and I can't tell you exactly what else would be there or how it would work. Yes, he did. And that they yes, he did. And
no, I didn't. You again just don't understand what people say.
There you go. I told you, right? You don't understand what I said. I did not say that.
It's like you don't understand Hawking, and we never did get back to you.
Yep, doesn't understand Hawking either, right? The quotation, he doesn't understand just simple words.
You're not understanding Hawking. Hawking's at, but you know.
You notice how you just
Hawking's at, but that 2 sentence fragments.
Interrupted me.
All you do is misinterpret and misrepresent what has been said. And
did
then
you notice that Brenda interrupted
fact.
me? Brenda interrupted me, and then what you did was took that as an opportunity to then it's now your turn to talk. I mean,
yes, nice dwelling on the meta.
Little Roofy, the doofus, down here in the chat. Have you noticed him? Gold, huh? What's gold? What is gold, Roofy? Dumbass cracker. You're one of the dumbest people I've ever listened to.
That's Roofy's attempt to intimidate by chat as if this is gold. This is comedy gold for us ballers. We're going to take what Witsit, the well-known etherite, is to destroy flat earthers. Yeah? No. Hey, this is what they often do. You'll see that in chat, where they just spunk out a load of nonsense that's contrary to what any salient person's hearing as to how the conversation's going, and make out that they're winning from the way their ears work. And I know Roofy's upside down because he's in Australia, so his ears might not work the same. Yes. But to pretend that he's not actually hearing it is exactly what you're seeing here. This is a bit like Brenda coming in to try and white knight. This is a white knighting from chat. It's gold. It's not, mate. It's gold for us, with retrospect, as we listen to you spastics tell me how something expands into something that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Little color commentary down there by Roofy dipshit. Are definitions still meaningless? You ass clown.
Well, this is the problem, right? Like, you can't have an intelligible conversation like that. Like, I'm happy to fully yield the floor to you because I am saying a lot of stuff, but I'm not going to, like, be pelted by nut-ons as if it's somehow substantive and therefore can censor me. I mean, dude, I've said, like, 5 times in a row, you said I misunderstood Hawking and didn't even know what I was talking about or the quote I was talking about. I then actually went and pulled it up, and then you still said nuh-uh.
And you still misunderstood it.
You said he's not saying that there must be a beginning, and literally it says word for word, there must have been a beginning. That's like...
Yeah, Tony, you dumbass.
The literal words.
In a steady state universe.
He didn't say steady state universe, you dumbass cracker. And steady state, what the hell does that even mean? Oh, you're Einsteinian horseshit. That was debunked. He didn't say anything about steady state. So let's go take a look at it. See if he said anything about steady state in his quotation right here. There it is, right here. I don't see anything in here about a steady state universe. It's not spoken of. Sounds like you don't understand it. PhD Tony, dumbass. Yeah. Ass clown.
Then what he is saying is that a steady state universe must have a beginning. There must.
That's not what he said. Nothing about steady state. In fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that disorder always increases with time. Like the argument about human progress, it indicates that there must have been a beginning. That's this. Second law of thermodynamics, not the steady state universe train wreck. Nothing about steady state in here. Just making shit up.
Pause. Because the steady state universe, is that reality, or is that a mathematical concept, or just a conceptualization for somebody who probably does understand the laws of thermodynamics, yeah? But what this guy's putting in now is what they do. They spunk out stuff that if you Google it, it might mean something. But if you waste your time to Google it, you'll find out, unfortunately, that it had nothing to do with the point that it was supposedly rebutting. And that's kind of what's happening here, I suggest.
Initial time. He is not saying that all universes or all mathematically formulated universes,
all mathematically formulated universes or all universes. What the hell, dude? Are you sniffing glue?
He's
So there's more mathematical universes, and then there's more like physical universes other than the one we're in. Can you show us one, Tony?
A mathematical universe is real.
Really?
Are they? If I can show you a multiverse where Spider-Man exists as a young black kid, does that make it real? If I can show you the numbers that make it add up?
I'd like to see the numbers.
What is it? Oh, yeah, well, it's an 8 and a 4 little square root. What is it? This is a switcheroo. Because I tell you, if you accept that mathematical universes and expansions are a way to move forwards, he's got you, and he's trying to invoke them now as a rebuttal, as a proof. He's actually trying to use them as a support. Wanker.
Yep.
Liar, deceiver. Yeah, we're
glue sniffer.
This is the trouble with these, whether it's theoretical physics, whatever. As soon as you invoke numbers to prove something where you don't take those numbers from reality, but you derive them on the page, you're done. In terms of proof.
Yeah, it's complete category. He needs to be institutionalized.
Must have a beginning, because the entire point of the beginning of time is to explain.
It wasn't the entire point of the beginning of time. The entire point of this article was what?
Is he not denying that point, the beginning of time?
I don't know.
The boundaryless universe hypothesis.
No, it's not a boundary universe hypothesis. That's not in here, you idiot. And it's not a hypothesis. You claimed it was a hypothesis and a theory a couple times. Sacrificing your science acumen on second grade retard altar. I'd like to thank you again for that. You just make
this is where they pervert, isn't it?
No, it's where they're making stuff up.
Yeah, and in history that's fine, because you can say I've got a hypothesis about why Henry VIII got rid of his first wife. It wasn't to do because he was pissed off with the. You can make, and in history, you can use that statement, hypothesis, to postulate something.
No, you can't.
But this is the stolen valor in science.
Yep.
When retards like this throw nonsense, which is only mathematical nonsense, and use the term hypothesis as if it's being used in the genre of science.
Yep.
And the method.
Yep.
It's that. And they'll try and, if you're not aware of it, they'll try and actually convince you that that hypothesis supports what they're on about. Just like I could claim that the real reason Henry VIII got rid of his wife is because she had syphilis. That's my hypothesis there. Yeah, it's not based in fact, observation, yeah, or substantiated knowledge. It's just a good freaking idea, which in history is the way the word is meant. And it's exactly how this guy is using it inappropriately in the genre of science.
Yeah, it's not a hypothesis. What he just said is not a hypothesis. It failed third grade intro to general science.
Hypothesis, where time could be spheroidal. And you.
Here we go with time being a sphere surface. Glue sniffer.
Did you say spheroidal?
Yeah.
I mean,
yes, he
time's
did.
a ball. Time's a ball.
Yep.
Oh, that's profound.
Yeah.
What do you take? What's your takeaway from that? Anyone? Time is a ball. Oh, well, now you're pointing that out. That means you're a glue sniffer. Is the best I can get from that. If I know that time's a ball.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Still, you've never addressed the fact that he goes to great lengths. He describes going.
Sentence fragment.
To a Vatican
he goes to great
lengths
and describes going. Going is traveling from here to there.
Grateful that the people at the Vatican didn't understand what he was talking about.
Or you, clearly. Can I ask for a J, just so I don't interrupt, and see how many sentence fragments or non-point is made in this bit? Because we've gone from this, that, the other to the Vatican in seconds.
Universe hypothesis, where time could be spheroidal, and you've never addressed the fact that he goes to great lengths. He describes going to a Vatican conference and laying it out and being grateful that the people at the Vatican didn't understand what he was talking about. If you'd actually read the book rather than...
What book?
This apparently cherry-picked quote.
Not the book.
No, it's not cherry-picked either. You don't know what cherry-picking is. You used it out of context. You're a moron, dude. Now it's a cherry pick. What does cherry picking mean, PhD? Did somebody go get his dumb ass and tell him that we wanted him to come in here? Like he'd actually do that. You don't know what cherry picking is, dude. You're just a moron.
You would understand that what you are proposing, that there is an initial point in the universe, is...
No, it's what you proposed about 30 different times through this discussion.
Completely antithetical to everything that Hawking argued for the last 30 years of his...
Really? Not according to this. He said the universe must have had a beginning. So I don't know what the hell you're on. I know what it is. You're illiterate. You can't read. Can you? That's the only conclusion that can be reached from your statement. And Witsit has read this to you like 4 times. And this part another 3 times at least. So, it's all for you.
Career, he argued against there being an initial point in time. That's why he favored the boundaryless universe hypothesis.
The boundaryless universum hypothesis that was a theory earlier.
So
do you agree that if there's
Did Hawking propose the boundaryless universe hypothesis?
No, it's not a hypothesis. No, he didn't, because it's not a hypothesis, so he couldn't propose it.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So when I said earlier, did Adam propose that it was Anne Boleyn that had syphilis, which is why the dissolution of the Catholic Church? It's not a hypothesis. It's just, listen to what he's presenting as a hypothesis there. It doesn't fit the criterion unless we're talking history. I.e., what's my best fucking made-up story that I can make up? And unless you can prove facts that disprove it, then it's actually quite valid. Which is, and it's not an attack on history, but it is.
It's called an argument from ignorance fallacy, Adam. That's the definition of it. Yes.
That's called the standards of history. So for the discipline of history, the term hypothesis and the standards we apply to support a hypothesis via its differential meaning is very different in history. This guy is trying to stick the definition of a hypothesis in a scientific field when it relates to history, i.e. make up the best fucking story you've got based on what you know, not what you can prove, just what you know, put a narrative around it, and then it's for everybody else to disprove it. They're the standards of history. They're not the standards of science.
Yes, and that's an argument from ignorance fallacy, by the way.
Yeah, well, in relation to science, yeah.
Textbook, and not in relation to science at all.
Yeah, he desperately tried to avoid the logical implications of the laws of physics.
So you're claiming to understand it better than he did.
Notice how he interrupted me. I'm claiming to be able to easily show why that isn't viable. And by the way, he himself did not claim it. He said, this is the best, to paraphrase basically what he said was, this is the best I can come up with now. And actually, I concede it doesn't really seem to make sense. So now you're trying to come along and pretended he thought that was true. And he would be like, hey, PhD Tony, please shut up. That's not what I said. And then I quoted what he said, which is, in fact, the theory that the universe, in fact, quote unquote, in fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that disorder always increases with time. Like the argument about human progress, it indicates that there must have been a beginning. He actually invokes Arthur Eddington's quote about the second law, which is, if your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for your theory but to collapse in the deepest humiliation. So PhD Tony, your theory.
You see me on my other screen.
Yeah.
And then you say pause, right?
Yeah, and I'll tell you fucking why. Because that is outrageous, the evidence that was just presented there. Witsit, have some humility and tell me where you got that sentence structure that you put from, how you linked from one person to the next. Pull it back up. We all heard it. Yeah, I know you were going to do it yourself, but it's better that somebody else defends your honor, John. Yeah, that is outrageous. You just all heard, and then QE, well done, put it up on screen for you to realize the argument and where the argument was being read from. It's called globeterminator.com. Over to you, QE.
That you haven't even been able to intelligibly articulate has no chance but to do anything other than collapse into the deepest humiliation. And I concur. And I would like for you to concede.
Nice cherry picking. You've got.
It's not cherry picking. He didn't cherry pick anything. The problem is you don't know what cherry picking is. That's the problem. You're a glue sniffer.
On for about 5 minutes, so let's address this. So what you're saying, and you're trying to get as much distance between you and your initial point as possible.
His initial point that the universe must have had a beginning. How can he be trying to get away from his initial point when he just went over his initial point? There, Tony. Dumbass. I mean, like I said, you need to be institutionalized for everyone's safety.
I notice. What you're saying is that you better understand what Hawking did for the past 30 years, for the last...
We're not talking about what he did, which was a big nothing burger for the past 30 years. He's not a scientist. He never performed an actual experiment. He's a glue sniffer from way back of fairy tale religion, right? We're talking about what he said in the beginning of time, that there must have been a beginning to the universe. Why? Well, because of second law of thermodynamics. That's what. You're an asshat.
Last 30 years of his career, and that it is easily, trivially falsifiable. This is a delusional degree of self-confidence, and not
delusional degree of self-confidence from who?
Nor did I ever say that you have to accept that the boundaryless universe hypothesis is.
The boundaryless universe hypothesis isn't a hypothesis. It is a red herring fallacy, dumbass category error to the discussion. Tony?
It's a fantasy resolution to the problem he's trying to avoid.
Is true, because plenty of physicists don't, because there are plenty of alternative hypotheses.
Really? Like what?
It doesn't. Right. So it doesn't matter whether there's 1, 2, or 1 million. None of them are valid.
Yep.
Because the only criteria is not a scientific criteria to meet the term hypothesis. It is historical criteria, which is make a story up based on the facts that you do know. And then it doesn't matter whether you've got any supporting facts to support the outlandish nature of your story. It's up to other people to disprove your outlandish story. History, not science, not a scientific hypothesis. A just so story, you might call it.
Yep.
Because there's not much observable data to go on.
There's not much observable data to go on for what?
Or what we can say, what I can.
Pause. Right. We get the data after we've observed the phenomena, derived an experiment, made it empirical, isolated all these issues. Then we get the data for us to then draw a conclusion from, based on our hypothesis. Not this is what's being demonstrated here. You see what I mean? You know when I said earlier, jokingly, well, I've got you a load of data, QE. Now make a hypothesis from it. That's what these retards do. Yeah, here's a load of numbers. Well, make a story up about it. Not take it to experiment to prove it.
That's bass backwards.
Make a story around the numbers, which is what these guys do.
Yeah, that's bass backwards.
Yeah, exactly.
They do more than that. Sorry.
Oh, we know they do. We know they do more than that.
I know, but I needed a lead in. I needed something obvious to lead in with. If you listen to what PhD Tony just said there isn't enough observable data. Now, all data is observable, Tony, if you've got working eyes. Right? So there's no data that isn't observable. What that is a ploy to give the listener the impression that there might be some other data out there that is unobservable. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's ridiculous. You know, it's like there might be more data than the data that I don't really have to support any of this moment.
Well, then that brings us back to Mike Kavanagh. Can we play that clip again? This is what I'm saying.
No.
When you're bullshit, we don't need to replay it. My point stands. You know when you're being bullshitted to. Now, I gave apologetics for Mike, but listen to the sentence. It might be a hypothesis, but it's not an hypothesis that has been invented yet. Whatever he gave, you heard the nonsense. It's the same nonsense because the person's not talking, irrespective of their motives, but they're not talking from a position of knowledge. It's a position of apologetics where they'll bullshit, basically. Yeah, and eventually you can smell the bullshit. Eventually, might take a bit of time. You have to take a really deep sniff and smell it for a long time, but eventually you get it, and that's all that's being provided here is bullshit, misrepresentation of, and this is why we were attacked. To keep it on topic tonight, the term hypothesis is very key to all of the non-related clips we listened to, why we were attacked. Scientific method. Hypothesis fits with that. That's why it's egregious right now, because it has a definition. It has a power and an inference when it's supported and proven. But that's only in the scientific method. Yeah, the thing that Bob wanted to get rid of. Abandon that. Let me have a hypothesis for me sticking a laser on a spinning table on a real fucking let wheel, yeah? And let me draw an inference from that. Abandoning the standards. This guy's even worse. He's not even recognized those standards. He just wants to give you any set of numbers that could mean something.
It's much worse because he's an actual PhD piled higher and deeper Tony. It's much worse for him. As a geophysicist that doesn't have a technical understanding or overburdened with a technical understanding of physical reality. Absolute ass clown.
He definitely diametrically disagreed with your claim. And
he definitely diametrically, boy, that's a good word, disagreed with Witsit's claim. How could that be? Witsit didn't make a claim. He used Stephen Hawking's claim. So how can Stephen Hawking diametrically oppose his own claim? PhD, Tony.
And your claim, what he...
Your sentence fragment.
All that he said...
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I've just had a memory. Okay. This was the problem, wasn't it? Probably 2 episodes ago, where the fundamental attack on Witsit from Tony is that even though the words of Stephen Hawking are clear, and we can all read them, and because we understand English, know what they mean, no. PhD Tony means that when he says something, he doesn't actually mean that. He means this.
Yes, correct.
And you've quoted him out of context here.
How did he quote him out of context? The context was the beginning of the universe. This is the context. It could be in a beluga whale context. It doesn't matter. It spoke about the universe, and it must have had a beginning because of the second law of thermodynamics. That's the context.
Yeah, but this is what he invoked, wasn't it? So when, as English-speaking people, Stephen Hawking used the word beginning, he didn't mean beginning as in beginning, like we all understand. What he meant was, if you'd have known Stephen on a personal level, sometimes he'd have changed his colostomy bag, wiped the dribble or something, and met him on this level. You'd have realised when he meant beginning, what he meant was pre-Planck time, that time that was before the beginning of time, the initial concept of time, the bit before the initial concept of time. When he said beginning, he didn't mean that. That's what Tony's invoking.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I you know, the way the ballers often have pointed it out, QB. They're always trying to act as if they can reposition what is actually written down or said by somebody who is basically on their side, who they don't want to have to agree with, but they don't want to disagree with. So they'll reposition what that person wrote or said and make it into something else. Like Tony just spoke there for what's his name, Hawkins. He said he diametrically opposes you, right? How do you know what he opposes? The man is dead, right? And if he was alive, he could. Well, maybe he couldn't directly speak for himself, but you know what I mean? Like, how can you just decide what someone else would or wouldn't do? You know, how they would decide on something. You know, it's the neck of some of these people is phenomenal.
No, it's much worse than that, Brian. What he actually said that Stephen Hawking is diametrically opposed to what Stephen Hawking said. That's what he actually said.
Oh yeah, that's 100%. That's why I didn't come in at that point, because what you said was obviously the main point. Because you know, all Witsit has done is present what Stephen Hawking said. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But even at that, PhD Tony seems to think that he can then vote for Hawkins against himself. Do you know what I mean? And lay it at Witsit's door. It's unbelievable, the neck of these people.
It's unbelievable. No, he needs to be institutionalized is the problem. Because a second-grade retard will be rolling his eyes in between iterations of Candy Crush at PhD Tony. Seriously. This is bad.
Beginning. You see, you retards don't know what beginning means.
Is that the universe must have been of finite.
What it doesn't mean is the start of something. It means that little bit before stuff had obviously happened way before then. As in not the beginning, just a little bit that we'd like to call the beginning, but even though it's in contradiction to the term beginning, when I use it, typing on my little typewriter with a pen in my jaw, typing on the keyboard like that, saying beginning. Yeah. When I said that, I didn't mean beginning. I meant, see, this is the This is not apologetics. This is outright lying. And that's what he did from the beginning here.
Context here.
As you allude to.
No, he's not.
When Stephen Hawking said something, he didn't actually mean what he said.
He's delusional, Adam. This isn't lying.
No, but he's also
Tony,
not all.
Tony is a delusional glue sniffer, Adam. Haven't you got that by now?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is he's not arguing now with Witsit. What he's trying to do is creating an argument with the words that Dr. Stephen Hawking wrote. Not Witsit, because all Witsit's done is present his words. He's given a citation. There you go, look. And he's gone, no, I know better than what Stephen Hawking chose, the words he chose. When he chose those words, he chose incorrectly. What he actually meant was this.
Gotcha.
Is that the universe must have been of finite age. But that doesn't mean that time is finite, and it doesn't mean that time had a beginning.
You see, pause. You see my point?
Yep.
So when he said the word finite, he didn't actually mean by finite. It didn't mean it had a beginning and it's got an end, as in the definition of the fucking word finite. He didn't mean that when he chose that word. He meant infinite, obviously, which is why he chose the word finite. Because it's obvious to anyone who's educated, that's why you'd pick a different word.
Yeah. Delusional.
It doesn't mean there was an initial point. All he's saying is that from the first law,
2 sentence fragments.
From the second law of thermodynamics, we can tell that the universe has not existed in this state for an infinite amount of time.
And this is that what he said?
Pause. An infinite amount of time. So by the term infinite, you mean having been a beginning point where these laws applied and an end point where they would no longer. Oh, so therefore upholding the term infinite as opposed to how you've tried to bastardize it. When Dr. Stephen Hawking used the term, it doesn't mean it how I'm then going to go on to use it to make my point that he doesn't mean it, to substantiate the point, therefore contradicting myself. What the bum sniffing gibberish that's coming out to try and and ultimately what's happening? What we're trying to do here, redefine a word that means sense to everybody on the planet other than this guy when he's trying to disprove Dr. Stephen Hawking's when he used the word.
Where's the initial state in here? He didn't say anything about any initial states other than the beginning state. Idiot.
Fine. That's entirely true. It must only have
No, that's not entirely true because he didn't say initial state, you glue sniffer.
Been finite, but he spent a lot of time.
Who cares where he spent? Who cares where he spent time at? That's not the question.
Where would an initial state derive from? Would that be a beginning?
Yeah.
It would. Oh, that's a bit shitty. Is it going to invoke that term?
Explaining that something can be finite
Adam.
without.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask Adam something. Sorry, Kiwi, I didn't mean for that. Adam, how would pre-Planck time work in an infinite universe?
It wouldn't be pre, would it? Because it would.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
You'd have to get rid of the pre.
These people think that. Yeah, you do. I mean, these people think that this is intellectual. That's the problem. They think these are the things that an intellectual talks about, and these are the important topics. A load of contradiction and nonsense.
Having a beginning or an end, right? Without having a boundary. That's the entire.
That's not what he's talking about here. His boundaryless universe hypothesis theory.
Entire hypothesis of the boundaryless.
Exactly, it's a paradox.
That's Hawking's. I'm quoting Hawking directly.
Oh, you are? Post it in here. Of course, it's a red herring fallacy. Doesn't have anything to do with what Witsit's talking about, but we'll entertain it. Go ahead, post it.
Do you acknowledge it's a paradox?
No, it isn't. A sphere does not have a beginning or an end.
He's back to his sphere. His spherical time.
You can walk on it endlessly. You can
walk on time endlessly.
No, but it does have an end.
You can walk forever around a sphere. Okay.
Can you walk forever from the middle outwards?
But you're not on.
That's a sentence fragment. It's a step, but sentence fragment.
Bullshittery, nonsensical equivocation fallacy has just been torn apart. Well done, Witsit.
Yep.
Right? You caught it. Oh, time's now a ball. We caught it earlier. He tried to preload the audience with that pre-concept, and then use it later so you would accept it. No, fuck off, you lying deceiver. You take your spherical time. What the glue sniffing the RC one? If it's a ball, there's no beginning. Well, if I start here and come back to where I was, is that the end? Even though there wasn't a beginning where I started from on the ball. This is like low-grade philosophy.
Yep.
Like absolute idiot stuff that we dealt with in. You can't talk like this in year 2 of philosophy because it shows you're an idiot.
No, before you get to philosophy, you can't discuss. You can't talk like this in 2nd grade.
Yeah. Stop being this spastic by Christmas, or you'll be kicked off the course. You've got no concept of philosophy.
Yep. J-Ace, you dumbass cracker over here. I doubt you. How many death blows? You glue sniffer too. The honest position is we know up to the electroweak symmetry breaking epoch experimentally. Really? Can you show that? Experimentally. I will bet the farm that you don't know what an experiment is. Jace. I already know that. I already drug you around by your short hairs and shoved your face right into dog shit with that one before, haven't I? Yep. Anything past that, past what? Your electroweak symmetry breaking, you dumbass cracker. More research is needed and being done to test certain hypotheses, really, about the past. Can you give me a hypothesis about the past, please? I'd like to hear that one.
Why would you need to research in how you would test a hypothesis, given that Do you get me?
Yeah. I missed that one. Yeah, that's a good one. Being done to test more research need to be done to test certain hypotheses. Really? That doesn't make any damn sense. Way to go, Adam. But the answer is unclear. Oh, yeah, we just don't know. And none of the answers seem to indicate a God either. I've got a whole page right here. It's called Scientific Proofs of the Creator. Why don't you come on and we'll go through these? Me and you. We'll go through each and every one. First, we'll establish you don't have a science acumen, so you shouldn't be even in the discussion. Then we'll go into logic and train Rick you there, too. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I'm sorry for stepping on you a bit. Isn't PhD Tony denying the first law of thermodynamics?
Yes. Well, he said it's debunked.
Yeah, so it's a denial of it because it's not a law then, right?
Yeah.
So if he's denying the first law of thermodynamics and this other JA's guy is also denying and agreeing with him, then you're denying the very thing that proves the creator. That is the proof of the creator, the law of nature.
Yeah.
It is the thing that proves the creator. There's lots of other things that do, obviously, scientifically, but that does. So if you're denying it, you can't say it doesn't exist just because you're denying it. Can't do that.
You can't.
Before you move on, Kiwi, just I've zoomed in on what's on screen, and I know I've rambled a bit earlier about history hypothesis and scientific hypothesis. This is the epitome of the point I'm trying to make. More research is needed and being done to test certain hypotheses. right? What does that mean?
It doesn't.
That means it doesn't mean anything in science in the slight. It's completely. It's not non sequitur. It just doesn't make sense because we're taking that to experiment.
That's what. That's what. Hold on. That's what non sequitur means.
Yeah, because we're going to take that to experiment, the test, right? But. And that's why it's not completely non sequitur, nonsensical in the genre of science. However, if I was to apply it to history, and like I say, the reason for the dissolution of the monasteries under Henry VIII was because one of his brides had got syphilis. Right? More research is needed and needs to be done to test certain hypotheses. So this isn't A causes B, which we can take to experiment. It's we need a little bit more information to make up the story around why the monasteries were dissolved. The distinction is clear here for me in terms of the person you're talking to, and like I say, it brings it back to the Barb and the Jaron arguments, the understanding of science and the term hypothesis.
He doesn't
when
know
we're
it.
going to use it for scientific validation. If it just means any old bit of shit I want to hypothesize, then that's the problem here.
Yeah,
because in science, that's not what it means.
Well, I already drug him around. I already told you. It was a number of times. It was a number of times before he ended up leaving 24/7 and went over to Earth Awakenings. It was embarrassing for him. I mean, it was a belly laugher, right, J Ace? Come on over, we'll do it again. Because he's an actual scientist.
Right.
Hold on, he's an actual scientist, man. Adam, J Ace.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I would disagree with that.
No, well, he has a scientific title. He'll tell you. That I love that because that's what I asked him first. Can't remember what he told me. He was doing something in biochemistry. Of course, that caught my ear and raised a weathered eyebrow. So, and then I went and 1, 2, 3 ABC, and eviscerated him quickly, and everyone laughed at him. That's what happened. About 3 or 4 times before he finally got a clue and decided to leave 24/7. Come on back over. Like I said, we'll do it again. It was a lot of fun the first time.
But that comment proves the point. Go on, Brian, sorry.
No, I was just going to say 2 things. That, to me, exactly what's written there, what Adam just referred to, what was referred to earlier. That exact thing means, what it actually means is, I got nothing. That's what it means. That, right, number one. And number 2, they don't have a hypothesis, because if they did, they would be able to test it. If you can't test it, it's not a real hypothesis. End of story.
Correct.
So you don't have a hypothesis, and they're throwing in the word. This is more of that nonsense again. Throwing in words to make it sound like they've got more than they have, when the truth is that they've got nothing and they don't want to admit it.
The best bit is the end of it, because we've focused on the beginning. Listen to the nonsensical, contradict your own reason for having any evidence to draw a conclusion statement. So to test certain hypotheses, but the answer is unclear. So we all know the answer's unclear. It's unclear. So i.e. there is no answer, i.e. yeah, because if it was unclear, it wouldn't be an answer, can it? So it can't be an answer if it's unclear, right? And none of the answers that aren't answers seem to indicate a God either. Now, if you don't want somebody downloading their hidden agenda after generally proving they don't know what they're on about, but they have to spunk out. But by the way, after me admitting that there is no answer, there's no God as well. By the way, just as an aside.
But the answer is unclear, and none of the unclear answers seem to indicate a God either, is what he's saying. So he's got a problem. He's also got a problem with singular and plural.
Yeah. Often I've thought if I can gather a whole plethora of unclarity, it will often indicate something. But even sometimes I'm disappointed. It didn't indicate something that I'd presupposed. What the hell are you on about?
He doesn't know. He's another glow sniffer. Let me go get that dumbass cracker. J Ace.
You're on the sphere. You are trapped on the sphere.
We're trapped on it.
You can walk from one point. You'll never find the end of the sphere. You'll never find the beginning of the sphere. So
well, it's a good thing we're not on a sphere then.
No. If I start walking, the beginning is where I start. See, this is the use of the do you speak the English? Fuckwit. Yeah? Do you understand the English? If I start, it indicates the beginning, asshole. Yeah? The complete misrepresentation of what words actually mean to substantiate a just so story, it's outlandish, isn't it?
Yeah.
When I start, it doesn't mean there's a beginning.
Yes.
What does it mean when you start?
When you start, it's the end.
If you are on the surface and you are trapped in the surface with no way out of the surface, you don't have to have a beginning or an end.
Okay, but to say a sphere is boundaryless,
you clearly haven't read any of Hawking's work.
Yes, we did. We just read this one up here. Oh, where'd you go? We just we read this work. Huh?
Is that where Hawkins goes? The start is not synonymous with the beginning.
Yes. According to him.
Yeah, those two words don't mean the same. What the? You lying, deceiving scrote. You see what I mean? What a scrote.
Tony keeps on describing a clock, by the way, with his time as a sphere. If you go around a circle, that's a clock. That's what a wall clock does. So he's basically saying clocks don't have a beginning. And well done, Tony.
Because if you had, you'd understand that this was the argument that he was making his entire time.
Okay, listen, dude, I have read his work, okay? And I'm not claiming to have read all of his work or to have done all that. I have read quite a bit of Stephen Hawking, actually. And I love to quote him, actually. He said, "There is no God." And then God said, "There is no Stephen Hawking." And
you stole that from me from back in the day. I didn't use Stephen Hawking, though. I used... Who was that philosopher that said that God doesn't exist? What was his name? I think I stole it from...
Was it Nietzsche?
Yeah, it is Nietzsche, and I stole it off. I nicked it. I nicked it from Bible U.
he died, not being able to speak coherently. And, you know, it's all good. Like,
Sorry, just very quickly. My uncle tried to, he tried a few times now to introduce me to Nietzsche way back in the early 90s. And a few other people tried it as well back then. I just had absolutely none of it. Just really these philosophers.
That's a good move.
They talk some other rubbish. Yeah.
I am actually
Brian, just pause. I don't disagree with that sentiment. But obviously you look at philosophy. See, science is derived through philosophy. There's nothing wrong with philosophy per se. All the philosophers that I've ever known, none of them attack the root meaning of a word so as to substantiate their own bullshit.
Socrates
they can't substantiate. No, he didn't say what the beginning doesn't mean the beginning. It means the middle of something that obviously continues in an infinite loop.
No, I'm not saying that. But Socrates' philosophy was that to define words almost to a fault. So that statement was wrong. And Socrates was a philosopher.
Well, So the Socratic method is defined as such in that if we're going to debate anything, the meaning of a word has to have a meaning to both of us and the same meaning.
Yes.
If it has a different meaning,
Yes.
like the word beginning, and it doesn't mean beginning like it means to me, you, and everybody else, including Stephen Hawkins, other than PhD Tony, then we cannot philosophize or discuss anything with the Socratic methodology.
Correct.
This is Tony's problem. Yep. Beginning doesn't mean beginning. It means something that he knows because he knows better than you. And that's what it reversed. He can't explain to you why he knows better. You just have to be subservient to his proclamation that he knows better. When he uses the term beginning, it doesn't mean
we got
the
it for the third time. We got it. So he uses his PhD in front of his name to establish what you're trying to say. Correct. Yes, that's what he does.
Only because he articulates my argument decently well. And normally with people like you put so much.
People like him, huh? What kind of people are that? What's it? Because of people like you. I like it.
Weight on what the people in the science lab could say.
No, they're science lab coats. No, Stephen Hawking never had a science lab coat because he was never a scientist. That's the problem. That's one of the biggest problems. You should have identified that already, by the way. What's it?
That it just helps to expedite the conversation. But what you're not acknowledging, dude, is that you are. So if we zoom out, you are claiming there's a scenario that, and this is what you initially said verbatim, that just because the second law applies here.
I got J-Ace here. We got to go over this. J.A. Glue Sniffer. Yes, but this does not mean relativity is wrong. What does it mean relativity is wrong? It doesn't establish relativity being right either. J.A.'s has a problem with actual scientific theories. And you can just replace it with whatever wacky idea you like. Replace what? Relativity. Which one, by the way? Of course, it doesn't matter. Neither actual natural science. Especially if you don't have...
Hold up. No, that's not fair. Pause.
That's not fair.
That. No, because that's not right. So I can't replace the wacky idea of relativity with whatever wacky idea you like. Why? Why? It's no lesser whatever. 3-toned invisible gnomes, right, is just as wacky, and I can replace it because it can be supported with just as much of nothing as what you're suggesting. So, yes, I can do exactly what you're saying I can't do. I can make up as much nonsensical bullshit to replace the nonsensical bullshit you already have as a placeholder.
Yep.
Already. Yep. I can do that.
Yes, I can.
And I would challenge you to tell me why I can't, sir.
He's telling you. Especially, here, now it's especially. If you don't have data for that idea, what? That accounts for everything relativity accounts for. What?
So invisible three-toed
gnomes.
I'm sorry, I forget the details of this theory, should we say? Sometimes, yeah. So if I've got the details and the data, which basically means just extrapolation of data taken from the real world and attributing it to the three-toed gnomes as opposed to relativity or whatever. As long as I've got that, then it says valid. I'm liking this level of bullshittery. I can get on board. I can bullshit with the best. So I like the standards that have now been set. They're not scientific, which is something we've discussed. Shit that proves things, but they're the standards. I like it. Let's go. You're on mute.
All right. If you don't have data for that idea, what do you need for an idea? Data for an idea? You talking about neurotransmitters? You fucking idiot. That accounts for everything relativity accounts for. Relativity doesn't account for anything. Neither special nor general relativity, by the way. While also accounting for new phenomena, relativity does not account for. That makes perfect sense. That's what's required in science to replace one hypothesis with another. You don't know what hypotheses are. We already went over that. You don't look to replace hypotheses. You look to experiment and invalidate hypotheses, not replace them. You fucking idiot. So this whole thing made no sense whatsoever, what you just said. Everything is glue sniffer. You're delusional also. You should marry Tony. Your kids would have hooves.
Doesn't mean that it applies where there is.
What now?
While accounting for new phenomena. So while accounting for something that's got nothing to do with the thing that I'm investigating scientifically, i.e. a new phenomena, not the phenomena that I've been discussing, relativity, which has got nothing to do with science, does not account for. That's what's required in science to replace one hypothesis with an... No. the level of understanding, it's too... All I wanted to do was pause on the end of each pertinent nonsensical point. It's not to extrapolate on, but oh my God.
Yeah, you see, you feel me with J-Ace. He's our new buddy. Somebody go get him. Somebody go get J-Ace. Say we're calling his dumb ass out. Mr. Scientist. We're going to establish first what we're going to do when he comes in. We're going to establish what his scientific credentials are. And then we're going to deconstruct his science acumen and leave that piece of paper that says what he is on there as worthless as used toilet paper. That's what we'll do. We'll do it all over again. It's a lot of fun. I'm telling you, I had a blast doing it. Go ahead, Brian.
The things that let me just lay out a list of things that he's referring to that supposedly relativity, whichever one, accounts for. The Hasidic heating non-experiment, claimed gravitational lensing, and GPS, which does not use relativity. You know what I mean? What? The things that people decided to attribute to relativity, is it? After after Einstein brought it out, whichever one he's referring to. They're the things that annoy me about ballers. They put in these little caveats. It's like things that relativity already accounts for. Well, it doesn't account for anything. Can you produce one thing in reality that any of that accounts for? There's not one thing. Where they'll often go with GPS because they don't understand GPS. That's their only go-to. That I've come across myself personally. Finished.
Is no matter or energy. That's literally what you said. And then I said, what? Okay, then what else would there be? And you said, I don't know. And I said, oh, okay. So like nothingness? No, just because I say I don't know, that means nothing. No, you can't even articulate what else it is, which means you have yet to even reach the bar of making an intelligible claim.
Yes, sir. You got that correct, Witsit. That is correct.
That needs to be refuted.
Yep, exactly.
Do you know? Your claim, I don't need to in order to falsify your claim.
Just pause. The sadness here is, again, Witsit showing his contradiction himself. So, whilst in many places we'll give him credit for that, that's exactly what he'll invoke with regards to vacuum energy and the energy contained for matter to appear from nothing through the ether within a vacuum.
Sure. Yeah, he can speak out to both sides of his mouth, but in this particular, in the boundaries of this discussion with Tony, he was absolutely correct.
Yeah, but I know that, but it's why he's not my hero.
Your claim is that time had a...
No. That's not his claim. No. That the universe had a beginning. And I don't even think Witsit made the claim. He took my claim and then used Hawking. There's a little bit more than Hawking here, by the way. You have some hard pipe hitters up here. Alexander Vilenkin, look up his history. You're dealing with a heavy hitter, probably heavier hitting than Hawking, by the way. And Professor Paul Davies, which made it explicitly clear that the universe had a beginning. There is no escape from Vilenkin. From Professor Paul Davies, the universe can't have existed forever, Tony. We know, Tony, there must have been an absolute beginning a finite time ago. How does he know that? Second law of
permission to
from the second law of thermodynamics. That's how he didn't say it here, but I showed it last time. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, apologies. I should have had more patience there. This is not exactly right. So this is wrong, what I'm going to say, but it's right in one way. You know the statement from Werner Heisenberg, where he says the first sip from the glass of natural science will make you an atheist, but at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you.
Yep.
Well, although that doesn't apply to natural law because that's not natural science, it's like there's a similar thing happening here, where over time these people have had to accept somewhat that the laws of thermodynamics cannot be violated, and that's where the quandary they're in. You know, if you know what I mean. They fight like the people you just read out there. They obviously got to the point where they couldn't work with the violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So although it's not natural science, it has it kind of, that statement kind of can be shifted over to these people and this situation.
Yeah, but Heisenberg is a different animal. He used the experience of quantum mechanics, not laws of thermodynamics specifically.
Oh, I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I said it was wrong, because he's not talking about the laws of thermodynamics.
Correct.
But I'm talking about these people. It's these people are not accepting the laws of thermodynamics. They think they can break them, they can violate them. They might be wrong, and then they end up getting to a point. Especially the heavy hitters they're talking about, they are who towards the end of their career or something, or when they've matured, they get to the point where they have to say, well, actually, I don't think I can violate any of these things. But I don't want to outright admit I can't violate them. I just have to somehow make it seem like I've admitted it.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
It's more like that. Using logic and philosophy, having accepted the laws of thermodynamics, something that's only ever been experienced by us, they use the laws of logic and philosophy to come to the conclusion that natural laws have to be incorrect because it doesn't fit with the paradigm they want to do, even though they've applied logic and philosophy, i.e. to get to the ontological point, which there has to be a creator. But because that's unacceptable to them, then they have to manipulate and say, well, the only conclusion is we can't deny philosophy and logic, so therefore the things that we've always known to be true, that we're basing it on, they're the things that have to be false. So natural law has to be false. The laws of thermodynamics have to be false because the conclusion via philosophy and logic leads us to the one obvious conclusion that there is a creator, a beginning. And because that's unacceptable to us, therefore the laws of thermodynamics have to be wrong. It's where we've spent the past few evenings.
Yep. They're
ultimately where they're arguing.
Yeah, they're delusional. Yeah.
Well, I would say they're not using logic. They're not using logic at all.
Well, the
And
laws of I see what you're saying, but the laws of thermodynamics aren't logical. They have nothing to do with logic. But they're using their logic, which isn't logic, and philosophy, which isn't philosophy, to justify their worldview, is what Adam's saying.
But that's what I was trying to say. I didn't say that those of thermodynamics were logical. They just are what they are.
Yeah.
Well, all I was saying is they're not really using. They're not using logic or philosophy at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying as well.
Well, I said it before you.
No, yeah, you might have said it at some other time, but I was saying it there, and you came in and made it appear like I was saying something else, which was a straw man, which I wasn't saying, and then you said the correct thing that I was saying to make me look bad and make you look good. I don't know what you're doing.
We got another victim.
Something that I'm help Adam. I'm being repressed.
Adam's.
I don't know. I thought I'd made a good point now.
Well, you made it 3 times. Yeah, we figured that out, but you just used the philosophy and logic in the wrong context.
And the wrong context that they're using to justify their position. That was probably a disconnect. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, now you corrected it. There you go. You're
universally and apply to that beginning, and that I can logically apply them to the beginning of the universe in order to make an argument about it being created. That is not valid. You don't have.
Yeah, it is valid.
Enough observational evidence.
Yes, he does. All observational evidence, not enough. How about all of it?
About the state of the early universe.
How about the laws of thermodynamics that are based on all observations of measurement for all of humanity for all time, of which those laws apply correctly against every observation and measurement that's ever been.
Yep.
And I would harbor a guess as to ever will be.
Yep.
Even. And that's the fundamental premise and the illogical and the unphilosophical position these guys are taking, that based on everything we've ever known, yeah, but it could be different to that, though, couldn't it? Therefore, proving me right, even though everything we've ever known forces me to the conclusion of a creator in the beginning. But if you ignore all that, then I could be right, couldn't I?
Yep, you could.
To know that the laws of nature as you understand them are...
Not as he understands them, how they're understood. The laws of nature. You used the right phrase there, by the way.
Applied then.
Shithousery. Pause. Do you hear the shithousery? As you understand them.
Yeah.
What do you mean as I understand them, you shithouse? Yeah.
That's a deep-rooted thing with them, because Witsit is a claim flat earther. He cannot accept that there's a flat earther schooling him on the laws of thermodynamics and what Hawkins had to say. He can't accept that. So he has to constantly strawman Witsit, because he can't deal with Witsit any other way. He can't see Witsit as eye to eye, as a level person. He must look down his nose at Witsit, because Witsit is a flat earther for him. So that means you must look down your nose at him, because they have a serious bias against us.
From Free Commie down here, there is logic in philosophy. That's profound. You flats, is that what they call us, flats? You flats are using only philosophy these days. Really, what's your evidence of that? Is the black swan philosophy? Fucking idiot. You have given up on science. Science has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. You just sacrificed your science acumen on the second grade retard altar, sunshine. Thanks a lot, by the way. I wish you would write more. An idiot.
Extrapolating from an area where you do have...
Did you like that?
It's like, how can you give up on science? No, it's this. When you understand it, it's impossible.
Oh boy.
Data to an area where you don't have data, and as any scientist will know,
any scientist will know. What scientist? You're not one. You're gonna have to pull one in here so we can check on what he knows. Extrapolable.
Have to be extremely conservative with, and you.
From J. Ace, I don't understand what Witsit is on about. He can't explain anything coherently with his hypothesis. Witsit never stated a hypothesis. J. Ace?
Witsit's got nowhere near trying to explain anything. He's patiently so far just tried to summarize the incoherent bullshit and the contradictions of the shit that's been put to him. To his credit, yeah? I can't indict him that he's claimed anything. He's not got anywhere near that level yet, and he doesn't need to, does he?
No.
This retard. You don't need to make a positive statement at all to destroy this guy to prove he's an idiot. He's doing it on his own.
He's doing it on his own. Correct? Yeah. He can't even define his hypothesis. He never stated a hypothesis, so how could he have to define it, Jace? So why is he acting like he somehow has the high ground here? With the laughing emoji. You're another reason why people put directions on shampoo bottles, right? You're just making dumb shit up here with your incoherent color commentary. You don't even know what a hypothesis is, J-Ace. You want to go through that again? We'll do it for my audience. Come on in. The water's warm. No sharks. I promise. Fucking idiot.
Can I just say something before you go?
No,
yeah,
because I already went.
I know, but I started saying something before you said.
No, you didn't. I was first.
Yeah. Oh well,
Brian.
Yeah.
I've told you the phrase is bollocks. I'm going ahead anyway.
Yeah.
Crack on.
See, Tony brought up ask any scientist, bring any scientist in, or refer to any scientist to some nonsense like that. Tony, you're talking about the laws of thermodynamics. It has nothing to do with scientists.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with them. This is like, dude, does this thing always happen? Yeah. Well, in the story then, you know what I mean? It's like, is this thing true? Yeah. You know, that's what it's about. It's not about science. And this other guy, what he's going at him.
That's a good question, Brian, you raise. So, how many scientists does it take to disprove a natural law?
0.
Okay. Yeah, exactly, 0. Just got to change them.
Yeah, and I think this is somebody that, you know, that the gravity chapter might impact.
The fact that
gravity
you are
doesn't
much better
impact
advised from
anything,
a scientific
does it?
perspective saying we don't know rather than saying
a scientific perspective and saying we don't know. Is that a scientific perspective or somebody that's an ignorant asshole?
It sounds like feigned humility. Well,
how do you reconcile that? See, when we often say you've got to interpret that statement, you can't. I'm not going to try. It's wholly just nonsensical.
Yep.
Yeah? I can try and make sense of it and then help this guy along the godforsaken path he's clearly on. Yeah, but I'm so bored of that. Just doesn't make sense what you just said, son. You make an arse of yourself. You don't know what words mean again.
Gatebreaker. We've had run-ins with you before. Since when is a hypothesis fact? It's not a hypothesis. No, he's asking. He's being on point here. Since when is hypothesis? Hold on. Relax. Since when is hypothesis fact? So a hypothesis is a predictional supposition. That you hear that word right there, that supposition that destroys your sort of backhanded slight question. It's a predictional supposition in the natural cause and effect relationship. And then his second statement was, especially something said by another man. This makes no sense, Gatebreaker. With them together.
Can we not? It's a good question. When is a hypothesis fact?
It's not.
When it's supported with experiment. That's when it becomes a fact, yeah? I take the hypothesis to experiment to prove or disprove it.
Yeah, but the hypothesis itself internally, without the experiment, this has nothing. He said, since when is a hypothesis fact? The answer is it's not.
Never.
Yes.
But we take it to experiment to test it.
Yeah, that's outside
to validate.
Yeah, we know. That's outside his statement, though.
Yeah, it becomes fact.
Well, then we are just in the realms of philosophy, in which case I don't know, fucking Captain Spock, what you mean by that statement. If it's not just the pure statement of its purpose and intent, and you've not misrepresented it, it's something to evaluate, to prove or disprove, and you've got some metaphysical representation of it. I don't understand it then, QE. What does that mean? If that statement can stand on its own without my critique, what's its purpose?
Maybe he's being facetious here. If he's being facetious, then it still pisses me off because it's a dumbass question.
Let's pretend that this is true and then draw conclusions from that. You don't know that that was true.
Don't know what was true, that the universe had a beginning.
You've got no observational evidence.
Yes, we do. Second law of thermodynamics.
That it was true. So refrain from making statements about the early universe.
Yeah, so you...
Why should we refrain?
Not refrain. When he said you've got no observational evidence, I've referred to it earlier. So when you say no observational evidence, you mean the direction of entropy that we've always observed, always. That's not evidence. This is where this guy's at now.
Yep.
So he could postulate his own bit of shit and make it, but in the real world, throughout all of humanity, anytime we've observed or measured anything, the direction is the way that the philosophical conclusion will lead you to that we're suggesting. What he's suggesting, irrespective of the philosophical conclusion, is it's going the other way. Otherwise, if it's not, what the fuck are you on about?
He doesn't know.
You didn't actually address what I said. What you're attempting to do is shift the burden of proof, right? Because you're claiming that there could be something that has no matter, energy, space, or time, that the laws of logic as we understand them don't apply, the laws of nature as we understand them don't apply. And then when I ask you to articulate, wait, if that stuff's not there, can you tell me what is there? And you're saying, I don't know. And I'm challenging or denying the assertion that you're making, and then you're shifting the burden as if I now need to prove something. I don't need to prove anything, right? Because I'm not making such a ridiculous asinine claim. But even if I were to grant it to you, just because I think I've buried that substantially, and it's been about 5 consecutive times that you haven't actually rebutted it with specificity, because you can't, because you appeal to ignorance, you appeal to possibility, and you do special pleading. Even if I granted you this possibility, best case scenario, what you're saying is, okay, if there was a force attributed, or if there was a causal mechanism attributed to a force not limited by the laws of nature, i.e. the definition of supernatural, and it was external to a beginning of the universe and then created the energy and matter here, that would be a sufficient explanation it would be viable and would sufficiently explain how all the matter and energy got here. Just that doesn't mean it's necessarily true. Right, and that the alternative is that something I can't even conceive of, I have no evidence of, that wouldn't adhere to the current understanding of logic as we know it, that would violate the current understanding of natural law, but still somehow be natural, but not have matter or energy, which is all that we know to exist in the natural world, could have happened.
Yes. So
okay.
Yes.
I'm like, you see, Mr. Austin Witsit, before you were corrupted, imagine all the good you could have done in the world with that intellect. Yep. What a waste of it, sir.
Yep.
What a waste.
Yeah. I like Tony's answer. Yes.
Yeah, that's why I say intellect, mate. What he did was very good, because it's all right us sitting here now with each sentence being analysed every 10 minutes. He's done that on the fly. I thought that was brilliant.
Yeah,
he just put him in a philosophical. Well done, Witsit. Like, and by the same token, I'll say it again. What a waste, you penguin friendship-making idiot.
You're claiming that it must be God.
It's what he should claim, but he's kind of claimed it implicitly. But yeah.
Let's boil this down for the benefit of the universe, because for the audience.
For the benefit of the universe.
Because you're talking around it. You're saying that it must be God.
Must be.
Listen, how does the background of your mind work to make a statement for the benefit of the universe? Hello, Dimeball.
He's not even drunk.
I'm saying that I don't even know that it's an entity.
You don't even know that what's an entity, the universe or God.
You know, whatever process, the universe could have been brought into existence through a process. It could.
Through a process?
A process by whom and what? Who's processing it?
Yeah. You only got two choices, Tony. This is where Witsit screwed up.
Yeah.
You only have two choices with the... What's your problem, dude?
I didn't know you were... bring it up. Just bring it up, because this is where we need to go through it. So go to the web.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, do you want me to go there?
Yeah, I think this is where, because this is the point that he's trying to deny with the use of logic and philosophy. Now, when we take you to this point, this isn't science. This is logic and philosophy. The conclusion that you can or can't reach. I don't know how you can't. You can just run away, which is what people will see. But I think this is worth outlining, considering what we're discussing, because this is the bullshit and the denial that you can hear. Why we in QE are frustrated and Brian is because he's denying what he purports to know. And that's why it's frustrating.
Well, if Witsit would have put the ontological primitives out initially, right, it would have limited the discussion, right? And it would have forced you to make a choice. Like I said, there are only two possible worldviews, ontological primitives, that can be held to account for how we, that is the universe and us, are here. Nature or matter. This is unguided, obviously, because nature doesn't have prescience. Or intelligent agency, God. So that's what had to be established first. You got to make a choice. That's all I wanted to say. It's as simple as that. You only got two. Choose wisely.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Take them through it. Take the whole page and take your time. Because this is important. If anybody that hasn't been with us on this journey and they're just tuning in now, listen to this. Because the bullshit you've been fed and the shit housery that this guy's presenting and the contradictions and the use and invocation of philosophy and logic and his misunderstanding and misrepresentation of science, this is it. It's not science, ladies and gentlemen. Go through it, please. Yeah,
Okay.
and then everyone understands why we're frustrated when this guy misrepresents this premise.
From academia.edu, George Wald, Nobel laureate, medicine and physiology. Listen to this closely. The reasonable view was to believe in spontaneous generation. The only alternative to believe in a single primary act of supernatural creation. There is no third position. Get it? Yeah, let's break this down. The reasonable view was to believe in spontaneous generation. Guess what that represents? Nature. Unguided. The only alternative, a single primary act of supernatural creation. Guess what that is? God. See it? Nature, first God. Yeah? Everyone get that. There is no third position, meaning, ergo, true dichotomy. Nature, he just validated the ontological primitives. So Dr. George Wald did. Yep. So if you outright refute or rule out one choice, then based on the laws of logic, you ipso facto must believe the other. It's called a disjunctive syllogism. It's defined as a logical argument of the form that if there are only two possibilities and one of them is ruled out, then the other must be therefore true. So once you rule one of these out, you ipso facto confirm the other, because it's a true dichotomy. Therefore, the atheist creator must be matter or nature. That is philosophical naturalism or realism. That's what their philosophies are. If your choice is nature, philosophical naturalism or realism, aka atheism, you kind of have some big problems. Matter cannot create itself because that would mean it existed prior to its existence. That's logical seppuku. And from Bernard de Espinal, Quantum Theory and Reality, the doctrine that the world is made up of objects whose existence is independent of human consciousness, that's mind-independent reality or philosophical naturalism, and realism, which is atheism, turns out to be in conflict with quantum mechanics and the facts established by experiment. End of citation. And that's why number 2 proof down here, the scientific proof, is guess what? Quantum mechanics. That is, matter and light is derivative, the consequent. Consciousness, knowledge is primary, the necessary antecedent. So that's there where we start to get into the beginning of the universe, whether there's a beginning or not. And then we get the scientific proofs. And then my number 2 position is not too much different from my number 1 proof, because quantum mechanics and DNA is all based on information. Right here. Code, software, yep, they're both based on information. So you can put those under one umbrella. Quantum mechanics and DNA, in other words. Then the laws of thermodynamics, which we're going over now. And then the heavy hitter, the Mike Tyson. Right? Functional sequence, specified complexity. You're not going to get around. See, this is the second grade. It's not a second grade proof. It is a second grader can understand this. It's a little bit more complicated than that in its intricacies and details, but it's facial representation. A second grader can evaluate this. So we good, Adam?
Can we just go to 3? We are almost number 3. Yeah, so we get 2.
He's already stated this. Witsit's already stated this. So
I know what he stated. I'd appreciate if you just restated it, just so that, like we said, when we talk about back in the day, we had to redefine the laws of, the scientific method. Just here, as we look at the laws, sometimes, like through my ignorance, even though I was a scientist, I'd kind of forgot what the scientific method was.
Sure.
I'd been mugged off, which is when you hear me meet QE in the past, you'll hear me, you know, in real time at that time, describe the experience as being, and I repeatedly used it, and I have for probably 7 or 8 years now, being slapped in the face with a wet fish.
Your initial one was kicked in the nuts. Sorry about that.
Okay. So either way, like post watershed or pre watershed, the point is, I know what that was. I knew what it was. I know what was coming. I know what hurt. But for some reason, I'd forgotten it.
Sure.
But it's very powerful. And in the same terms here, when you've got these numpties that we've listened to misrepresent everything that the sum of humanity can accumulate, as in something that's always happens, always will happen, and we've accumulated our wisdom to these points on this topic. For someone to say, yeah, but you know what I believe in, it means that might be wrong. So could you just take on board my point of view that the sum of humanity, everything we've ever experienced and measured, could be wrong, so that you could take on board my viewpoint? It's a little bit not equity, it's not really diverse, is it? If you don't take on board and ignore all of everything that humanity's ever observed, just because I feel like that. I think you're being a little bit prejudiced, dude. Yeah, that's the level of wankery we're being subjected to. And we're very nice people, because we are good people, flat earthers, because we look at things and we're genuine. And so we get here, and then you get wankers like this that present these arguments and play on your guilt and say, well, yeah, but what if, dude, all this bullshit wasn't true? Can you genuinely say, from a philosophical point of view, that it's not true, which is what they invoke? And this is the ultimate indictment I give them, that the only way they can preserve the position, which they try to maintain, based on their complete rebuttal of all of natural law, because that's what they have to do to maintain their position, is to invoke the position that fundamentally they are nothing more than a brain in a jar. So the input is just that. So the natural law doesn't apply because the input can change, because none of it's real, dude. That's kind of where
Thanks for that one. Okay, now hold on. No.
Yeah.
So scientific proofs of the creator. I have 2 of them. Number 3 and number 4 aren't scientific proofs. Number 1, these are laws of thermodynamics. This isn't science. Functional sequence, specified complexity, that's just a matter of fact. So the first 2 proofs are scientific proofs. Not every single one of them. You want me to read this one?
Yeah, and I wasn't invoking that. What I meant when I said read 3
I know you weren't. I know. I didn't say that because of you. I wanted to just make sure everyone was aware.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
So number 3, laws of thermodynamics. The first law of thermodynamics, the total amount of matter or energy in the universe is constant. That's what the first law is. Now, keep in mind, the first law is a natural law. So it should say specifically, but it doesn't, because it when people wrote this, they figured you knew the first law was a natural law. But what it's actually saying is nature or natural law cannot create or destroy matter or energy. They can only change form. Yep. The second law of thermodynamics, the amount of energy available for work is running out. The universe is moving inexorably to maximum entropy or heat death, the big chill. So if we take these 2 statements, if the total amount of matter or energy is constant and the amount of usable energy is decreasing, then the universe will end. The heat death, the big chill of the universe. Ergo, it had a beginning, and not the Big Bang pseudoscience train wreck. So, since the first law states that nature or natural law cannot create or destroy matter or energy, and since the universe had a beginning, second law of thermodynamics, and since there are only 2 choices, nature versus intelligent design, the ontological primitives we established in the beginning, for how of that beginning, and since matter, nature, can't pre-exist before its existence, then poof itself into existence, before that, poof itself from nothing into pre-existence, therefore a creator. Simple.
Yeah, and even in Flatsy, in relation to what we've been discussing tonight, therefore a creator and a beginning, a point of creation, you might say. Yeah,
I'd say that.
The logic to derive that if there is a creator, there's a point of creation. This is where it's not philosophy, it's logic. Yeah, it's just, or if you don't get that, you're just a retard. You could put it like that.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Flatsy. Hey, Klein, you finally made it. You woke up from your beauty sleep, Cinderella.
I was like, I thought there was something I needed to do today.
Will you stop eating poisoned apples?
Oh, boy. I got to admit.
Adam,
I'm sorry. I got to admit, I love these evidences, especially the two scientific proofs, but there's a special place in my heart for number 4. So if you guys get it, there just is. I've always had a special spot in my heart for it.
Well, give it to us.
And before you do, right, you know, we talk about it's very weird. Flatsy, you weren't here because you were fast asleep, you lazy kid. But this has been a weird show. We randomly went to lemon blah 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 hummingbird thing and
hummingbird.
It led to a load of
Exactly. I mind tricked and you thinking he was called Hummingbird.
I got humming. You know when you recognise the words because that twat's annoyed you for 18 months or something. But they weren't significant enough in your real life to remember their name. Do you get me?
Yeah.
But we went through a load of that with old school stuff that honestly I was describing it as going down memory lane, Flatsy. And the nice thing is, it led us to here where I've shouted at QE and said, "Take me to Globe Terminator." Yeah, and pull up your work, which is something we referred, and it kind of supports the whole argument, or at least to anybody who was unsure as to the points we were making. We've led here to destroy that this freaking retard, like I say, has to destroy all of humanity for his point to be valid, which is lovely. And then we get to where we are now, which is the best bit. Yeah, this is the shit that if you are qualified and you understand chemistry and thermodynamics and entropy and lots of other energetic issues with regards to molecular construction, this is where the shit goes down. And to allude to what Brian said at the first sip of science, is atheism. When you get to the bottom of the cup, right, God's going to smack you in the nuts. And here it comes. He's alluded to it earlier with regards to information. You can squirm and scream with what that means and stick it in the supernatural and excuse it. But then we get to who and what we are and how we're built and what's required. And this to me ended the argument way before I was a flat earther. This is the thing that made me say to God, okay, I give up. This cannot be attributed to random bollocks. It's not achievable. But and I'm going to hand over, simply by the title, functional sequence specified complexity. It's not compatible with the apologetics I would like to make for the explanation as to why I'm here if I'm this atheist who puffed something from nothing.
Yeah.
I'm done, QA.
Yeah. Functional sequence specified complexity. Hallmarks reveal beside for functional sequence specified complexity. The hallmarks of it, the tenets of it, are intent, purpose, planning, choice, interlinked systems, often with contingencies, contrived. It was probably the best word to describe this. Contrived. Without deterministic law-like necessity. Deterministic law-like necessity. Yes, those are the natural laws. Here's another place where they'll try to trip you up. If you ever hear this word, I will guarantee you, you will never hear the 3 types. I've never heard them. I've been out here since 2008-ish. Never. All I heard was, well, you just talk about complexity. No, I don't. I talk about functional sequence specified complexity. You'll never hear these. I'm gonna tell you them, and then I'm gonna explain the difference between them. There are 3 types of complexity: random sequence complexity, ordered sequence complexity, and functional sequence specified complexity. Random, just how it sounds. I used letters. The aftermath of a tornado would be random sequence complexity. Ordered sequence complexity, just how it sounds. HHHHDDDDUUU. Crystals, snowflakes, sand dunes, fractals. That's ordered sequence complexity. And then functional sequence specified complexity. It puts the lotion in the basket, sandcastles, the genetic code, barbecue grills, Indy cars, hyper nanotech machines and robots, kinesin, ATP synthase, flagellum, cilia, ad nauseum, and others. So, here's the important difference. Random sequence complexity and ordered sequence complexity arrive from nature. It's a nature construct. Functional sequence complexity is an intelligent design construct. It's the difference between this. This has a boatload of ordered and random sequence complexity. These sand dunes. Yes? This is functional sequence specified complexity. The difference between that and that. Because out here in nature, you're going to see this. I've seen this plenty of times on this order. And I've also seen that. Now, I know what constructs this. Nobody. I know what constructs this. Yeah? You're never going to go to a beach and have wind, erosions, waves, and gravity poof this out. We all know intuitively when we see this, there's been a mother hunter in here messing with this sand. Yeah, it's the same thing in biology. The functional sequence specified complexity of a single alleged primitive cell dwarfs that of this sandcastle by exponential magnitudes. This was shown in 1973, or the first one to coin the phrase specified complexity was Leslie Orgel. He is a large pipe hitter. Origin of life research from back in the day. Started with Watson and Crick and Orgel. They were all buddies, by the way. This is Leslie Orgel, The Origins of Life, Molecules, and Natural Selection, which is a logical fallacy. There, Leslie. 1973. In brief, living organisms are distinguished, by their specified complexity. Crystals are usually taken as prototypes of some simple, well-specified structures because they consist of a very large number of identical molecules packed together in a uniform way. Lumps of granite or random mixtures of polymers are examples of structures that are complex but not specified. The crystals fail to qualify as living because they lack complexity. The mixtures of polymers fail to qualify because they lack specificity. That was beautiful. I love that. You not only got Leslie, you got another pipe hitter, H.P. Yawkey, the king grand poobah of information theory from back in the day. This is old. Look at these dates. 1973, 1977, yeah? He speaks to what I speak to. The attempts to relate the idea of order Huh? With biological organization or specificity must be regarded as a play on words that cannot stand careful scrutiny. That's what I was talking about up here. See this? That's what he's talking about. Don't be equivocating between random, ordered, and functional. That's what he's saying. Because they're definite. They all contain themselves within their own borders. You can't come outside them to claim that one is the other. That's what H.P. Yawkey is saying right here. So I digress. The attempts to relate the idea of order with biological organization or specificity must be regarded as a play on words that cannot stand careful scrutiny. They can't stand second-grade retard scrutiny. Informational molecules, that's the death knell, can code genetic messages and therefore can carry information because the sequence of bases or residues is affected very little, if at all, by self-organizing physico-chemical factors. This is from H.P. Yawkey, A Calculation of Probability of Spontaneous Biogenesis by Information Theory, Journal of Theoretical Biology. This is an absolute killer by a Nobel laureate and an expert in the second law of thermodynamics, Ilya Prigogine. This guy right here. Look at this date. 1972. 70s, that was my decade, boy. I was in my prime. But I digress. From Ilya Prigogine. Smoke 'em, Ilya. Smoke 'em, baby. The point is that in a non-isolated open system, there exists a possibility for the formation of ordered, low entropy structures at sufficiently low temperatures. This ordering, principle is responsible for the appearance of, ordered structures, such as crystals, as well as for the phase phenomena of phase transitions. That is, snowflakes and ice crystals, like I identified up here. Didn't I? Ordered sequence complexity. Bring the hammer down, Ilya! Unfortunately for you glue sniffers, this principle, ordered sequence complexity, cannot explain the formation of biological structures. No amount. That is beautiful, by the way. You
yeah, okay, that? Pause. I've done my best to not interrupt, okay, because I love it. But I want you to highlight it, say it, and reiterate. This is the point.
Yeah.
With regards to 1, 2, 3. Listen.
No amount of random sequence complexity or ordered sequence complexity, no amount of this will give you that. In other words, no amount of random sequence complexity or ordered sequence complexity, like the one Ilya was talking about, or the combination thereof, will ever lead to functional sequence complexity. Examples of functional sequence complexity: cholecystokinin. It's a peptide hormone, functional protein produced by the mucosal epithelium of the small intestine and What?
Right.
I'm on a roll.
I know, but there's a reason I interrupted. QE just laughed, and I want you to recognize why he laughed. In this when he said functional means what? It has a purpose.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the ridicule when anybody that pretends they're an atheist describes a protein as functional? It really brings them back to the ontological primitive. Functional to who functioned it? Is there a creator, or do we go back to nature making shit from nothing, functioning on its? Yeah, this is why sometimes when you are overly informed, you overly pause, like I'm doing, because
ironic statements that are made contradict the claim they're trying to support. Functional protein that came from a lightning strike. Yeah, go on.
Cholecystokinin is a peptide hormone, functional protein produced by the mucosal epithelium of the small intestine and stimulates release of digestive enzymes from the pancreas, vital for digestion and absorption. Without them...
Forget the dying. Forget the dying, right? Listen to that, guys. What does that fuckwittery, ridiculous, complex compound actually do? It unlocks a key, a key that no other thing can do. It's a bit. If I was going to make things to work and I wanted to them to work in a specific way, I would design them. So even if I had a key that looked a bit like the other key, I wouldn't want it to unlock that door. Right? For these things to happen, they don't happen by random. They're programmed. If I've got a load of keys and loads of locks, but I don't want one key to, I make sure they're all slightly different and they all unlock their own specific door. This is what you don't get this randomly. This is the, as I've said, if I wanted this, that's what I would have created. Similar but different keys, all doing specific things for me to have created. To suggest that these keys can and this is the worst thing, they're not just doors. These are metabolic pathways that these keys unlock that mean if they don't work, you don't just not get into the door, you die. Do you understand? The biological consequences of none of this working means you die. So if we put it into a kind of evolution, whatever that is, but a probability function, a random effect from nothingness, every time you fail, you die. You can't make these keys like that because, you know, if you make them wrong, guess what happens? You die. Anyway, carry on.
Albumin, also a functional protein. They're a part of the same family of functional proteins.
Oh,
look at it.
Don't start me now on albumin. It's albumin, by the way, but don't. Yeah, go on. I'm being a shit out.
Functional protein is only produced by the liver. It consists of a single polypeptide chain of 580 amino acids. Of its many functions, its main function is to maintain intravascular, oncotic, colloidal osmotic pressure. It's vital to homeostasis. Without it, you die. They are functionally specific, sequentially complex. You cannot interchange these. That means albumin is not going to make you release digestive enzymes from the pancreas. Yeah. They are specifically designed for their specific roles and specific functions. If you're still having a case of the willful stupids with complexity or mindlessly parroting pseudoscience priests, call and email the SETI Institute, that's the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and ask them how they tell the difference between random sequence complexity or ordered sequence complexity and functional sequence specified complexity. Ask them how they tell the difference. They'll tighten your shot group right quick. Information, all of biology, life, the genetic code, replication, transcription, translation, all metabolic pathways, all of physics, quantum mechanics, basically all of reality are the quintessential examples of functional sequence specified complexity. Therefore, a creator. The largest escrow closing in the history of the universe is at the door. What is your choice? Choose wisely. Blatzy, take us home.
Thanks for joining us today, all. And God bless. Take care.
step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Earth's a flat plane, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Jaron said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he shilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Like a Home Depot. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the fight. With this line, Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling, what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies. Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. Like a home